Chapter 1652. Of course, it wasn't that the Dharma Supreme didn't want to take action, but Wu Jueqing's aura never relaxed. Instead, it was getting stronger and stronger. The current Wu Jueqing was definitely a volcano on the verge of erupting. The Dharma Supreme was silent for a long time before he finally said, "Brother Wu, why do you think there is a traitor in this world?" Wu Jueqing sneered. "What's so strange about this? Bastards who are born will usually become traitors." "Wrong." The Dharma Supreme smiled lightly and said, "There has never been anyone who wants to betray willingly. You don't understand." He laughed bleakly. "Someone like you who comes from a big family won't understand at all." Wu Jueqing sneered. "Is that so? Are you saying that there is still reason for betraying one's own brother? You actually have the cheek to speak so eloquently? I'd like to hear what you have to say." Chu Lu took the opportunity to use her energy to wrap around Chu Yang and the others, hiding far away at the side. At least, she ensured that Wu Jueqing didn't have to be distracted by other matters. The Dharma Supreme laughed, not taking Chu Lu's actions to heart. He said, "Brother Wu, if I say that I didn't betray back then, what will you do?" Wu Jueqing sneered. "You didn't betray. Could it be that I betrayed back then? Or is it that the meaning of betrayal is the opposite of what you know?" The Dharma Supreme didn't take Wu Jueqing's words to heart. He only looked back at where Chu Yang was with some pity. He smiled bitterly and said, "The opportunity is gone. If we can't kill the Tribulation Sword Master today, I'm afraid our lives will be difficult." Wu Jueqing snorted. "Brother Wu, we all have the same experience and have experienced the same betrayal. Why are you still so protective of him today?" The Dharma Supreme asked curiously, "Could it be that you still have some fantasies about the Tribulation Sword Master?" Wu Jueqing said, "You don't have to worry about this. You've been rambling for so long. Now you're trying to sow discord between us. You still haven't given up and refuse to answer my question directly. What is your intention? You know what I care about the most. You sneak attacked me and plotted against me. I can settle the score with you later. But this time, how did your brother offend you again?" "Bastard. Explain it to me." The Dharma Supreme smiled and said, "Brother Wu, I also know that it is very difficult for me to explain this matter clearly, and even more difficult for the world to acknowledge. Moreover, I don't understand why Brother Wu would care so much about this matter. But this matter has been pressing down on my heart for tens of thousands of years." He had really held it in for a long time. "Since Brother Wu is so interested, there's no harm in me talking about it. Once I talk about it, Brother Wu will be able to clear up your doubts." "Go on, I'm listening." Wu Jueqing's face was still as calm as water, his murderous intent not reduced in the slightest. His gaze was locked onto the Dharma Supreme. The Dharma Supreme took a deep breath and said, "Let's not talk about how Junlai, the master of the Calamity Sword, treated us then. Just my other 8 brothers. They are definitely the people of my life. My most important brother, if I have a choice, as long as I can meet him again, what is this life worth?" The brotherhood of the past. Even after tens of thousands of years, he would still be filled with emotions when he thought about it. Just like yesterday, I, Du Cho-chang, am not a heartless person. When Brother Tribulation united the world, almost all the plans came from me. If I really had second thoughts, I believe that Brother Tribulation would not have made it to the end. I wonder if Brother Wu agrees with this?" Wu Jueqing said, "Yes, when Tribulation became sworn brothers, there are 3 people who are the most important. The first is naturally the master of the Calamity Sword, the second is the think tank, and the third is Brother Tribulation's #1 person other than the master of the Calamity Sword. After the world was at peace, Junlai schemed and planned to use all of us brothers to mend the world and achieve his great cause. Back then, I thought that no matter who among us brothers made it out in the end, as long as he made it out, it would be a victory. However, if I made it out, the effect might be greater. Because I am resourceful, I have plans, I am related to the big picture, and most importantly, I am calm enough. The Dharma Supreme said, if only one of us brothers can survive, then it is most beneficial for me to make it out alive. Does Brother Wu agree with this? Wu Jueqing nodded again. Yes. Throughout the generations, the think tanks of tribulation have always been the wisest of the generation. In terms of destructive power, they might not be below the master of the calamity sword. Therefore, back then, I finally decided to use the power of the spirits of my brothers to fight with all my might. The result was that I made it out alive and have been struggling at death's door until today. The Dharma Supreme smiled sadly. Logically speaking, it is indeed best for me to make it out alive. In any case, it should be me alive to create the greatest value. However, in terms of friendship, what right do I have? Why should I be the one to make it out alive? The spirits of the other brothers have all been destroyed. Shouldn't the others be alive? What kind of logic is this? For more than 10,000 years, my primordial spirit had been drifting in the wilderness, unable to do anything. Every day, I was thinking of my brothers. In the beginning, I was still trying to convince myself, using all kinds of reasons to convince myself. However, it is easy to deceive others, but difficult to deceive oneself. People are the most difficult to deceive themselves. A guilty conscience is a guilty conscience. No reason can justify this. In the end, I understood one thing that I should have understood long ago, but still couldn't. Between brothers, it is the spirit of brotherhood to live and die together. Even if we die together because of some conspiracy, we can live without regrets. But when everyone is dead, only you are still alive. Furthermore, you're using the mental energy of your brothers before they died to survive. This kind of guilt, this kind of torment, do you understand? It turns out that the last person alive is actually the one who suffers the most. The Dharma Supreme spoke with his hands behind his back, his voice exceptionally calm. Wu Jueqing took a deep breath, only to feel bitterness in his mouth. I don't understand. How can I not understand? Didn't I go through this process back then? At most, I just lacked a link compared to you. With guilt and torment, I began to analyze myself again. I made it out alive. In the situation back then, was I selfish at all? The Dharma Supreme smiled bitterly and said, after overturning myself countless times, I gradually realized and confirmed that I was selfish. Back then, when I was about to die, I really did have the thought of I want to live on. Then I felt even more guilty, even more unbearable. Troubled by guilt, I couldn't live with myself. There were even many times when I thought of self-destructing my primordial soul and ending it all with my death. However, it was my brothers who exchanged all of their divine souls for my survival. How could I die so casually? Hence, I had a new idea. As long as I could get my body again, no matter what, I could do something for my brothers' families. Do a lot of things. No matter what, I would do it to make it up to them. But when I got my body back and cultivated to the point where I could control it, I discovered that my brothers' clans were all gone. Not even a single descendant could be found, because time doesn't stop. Too much time has passed. And the most ironic thing was that the Diwu clan that I established was the only one left at that time, and it was one of the big clans at that time. However, it was also under attack by tribulation and was in imminent danger. It could be destroyed at any time. Firstly, at that time I was only at the initial stage of controlling my body. My divine soul wasn't really in perfect harmony with my body, so I couldn't unleash very strong abilities. Secondly, it was also because of my mentality. My brother's descendants were all gone, but my descendants were still around. Why? I've already let them down. I was the only one who survived by using the power of their divine souls. Why should only my descendants continue to exist? Hence, I didn't participate in the battle back then. I watched as the Diwu clan gradually declined. I only said one sentence to Zhuge, one of the tribulations at that time. It was because of this sentence that the Daewoo clan avoided the crisis of complete destruction and became a vassal of the Zhuge clan. Then I began my 10,000-year-long career as the Dharma Supreme. The Dharma Supreme smiled bitterly. During those years when my soul was wandering, there wasn't a moment when I didn't want to do something for my brothers. But in reality, I realized that there was actually nothing I could do. Since that was the case, why did I come out at that time? Every moment I enjoyed a high position and power, I felt even more sorry for my brothers. My brothers risked their lives just to let me enjoy a high position and power here? The Dharma Supreme sighed. Wu Jueching said angrily, "Since you feel sorry, then you can live in seclusion and not be the Dharma Supreme, okay? You didn't even make this choice, and you still refuse to admit that you were blinded by greed and betrayed them." The Dharma Supreme laughed bitterly. Blinded by greed? Betrayed them? After a long time, I felt more and more guilty. Finally, I started to think of not being the Dharma Supreme so that I wouldn't have to suffer so much inner torment. Wu Jueching said, "Yes, you shouldn't be the Dharma Supreme. But anyway, I've already let them down for so many years. If I give up now, not only will I have endured so many years of guilt for nothing, I'll also lose my high position and power?" The Dharma Supreme sighed. "You bastard." Wu Jueching was speechless. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that there would be such a strange turn of events. It was really like what he said. The desire for power could really erode people's hearts. Even Tribulation's think tank was no exception. The Dharma Supreme laughed bitterly. "I also know that my way of doing things is very bastardly. Even thinking about it, I shouldn't have done it. But there are actually only 3 reasons. Firstly, I've already broken the jar. Secondly, the erosion of power and influence, the gradual change in my mentality. Thirdly, they're already dead. And they've already been dead for tens of thousands of years. This is already an established fact. What's the use of persisting? What's the point? So much so that I continued to walk down this path step by step. In the end, it's too late to turn back." Finally, the Dharma Supreme was about to reach his limit. The most heinous person in the heavenly layer, and also the most pitiful person in the heavenly layer, I've poured more effort into this person. Although most people don't like him, and I don't like him either, the twists and turns of his life are almost a history of the evolution of good and evil. Chapter 1653. The Dharma Supreme was in a daze for a moment before he said, "You're not the only one who finds it unbelievable. Even I myself find it unbelievable. But this matter, or rather, the change in my entire person has really happened. After tens of thousands of years of subtle influence, I actually have no way of turning back. Or perhaps I'm already unwilling to turn back and no longer wish to. Have I changed? Or has this world changed? When all my efforts have failed to bring about the beauty of my desire, when all my struggles have become empty talk, when all my brothers of life and death have become nothing, when I turn back, all I see is hatred. I've changed. I just want to take revenge on everyone in the world. On what basis? We've created peace and prosperity, yet the people who created it don't have a good ending? On what basis can some mediocre people enjoy the fruits of our hard work? On what basis do we have to be so miserable? On what basis do we have to mend the heavens? On what basis? What do we owe them? What should we owe them? If my brothers back then only wanted to be free and unfettered in the martial world, which one of them couldn't do it? Which one of them is worse than the others? All my painstaking efforts, all my loyalty have become a joke. All my hard work has gone to the benefit of others. I've changed and am no longer who I used to be. From the first time I killed someone for power, and a good person at that, I've continued on this path. One wrong step led to many wrong steps. Later on, I gave up on myself. In order to harmonize my spirit, I cultivated demonic techniques, and it got even more out of hand. Now, I've even gotten in touch with the extraterrestrial demons, and even I myself have become a half-demon. I've completely sunk deep into the mud. A single slip leads to everlasting sorrow, and when I look back, 100 years have passed. I've not only lived for 100 years, I've lived for 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. This is my current state of mind. What loyalty? What right do I have to say these 2 words? The Dharma Supreme laughed bitterly. These 2 words have long been cut off from me. My brothers are all dead. Even if I'm loyal to them, who should I talk to? To other people in this world? Are they even worthy? But, Wu Jueqing said furiously, but those brothers of yours didn't die at all. At least they didn't die under your so-called conspiracy. This sentence that came out of Wu Jueqing's mouth was like a sudden storm, earth-shattering. Not dead? My brother is not dead. The Dharma Supreme was stunned. His eyes suddenly widened, and he stared blankly like a wooden chicken. It was like a sudden clap of thunder. It landed squarely on his head. If Wu Jueqing could strike at this moment, he would definitely be able to attack a completely defenseless and defenseless Dharma sovereign. Killing him with a single strike was definitely not an extravagant hope. The Dharma Supreme raised his head abruptly and took a step forward. He stared at Wu Jueqing with a burning gaze. His originally calm voice became abnormally anxious. What did you say? What did you just say? Say it again and make it clear. Wu Jueqing looked at him pitifully and said, I said, those brothers of yours actually didn't die. Not dead. The Dharma Supreme mumbled, as if he had lost his soul. He couldn't help but stagger back a step. He knew that no matter how one looked at it, it was impossible for Wu Jueqing to lie to him about this matter. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel a little absent-minded. This time he was truly absent-minded. Even his eyes were empty. He lost control again. If Wu Jueqing were to strike, he could still take down the Dharma Supreme instantly. A wise man could actually lose his mind multiple times in a short conversation. Such a situation was really extremely rare. But Wu Jueqing still didn't strike, because he and the Dharma Supreme had almost the same experience. At such a time, how could he strike? He could only sigh in his heart. Then where are they? The Dharma Supreme took a deep breath, and his gaze became unusually sharp. Back then, the tribulations soared master, your boss, or rather my boss. Perhaps only he himself had truly perished. He used the complete collapse of his body and spirit to open up a passage for the brothers, so that the brothers could go to the extraterrestrial to battle the extraterrestrial demons. Wu Jueqing sighed and said, the process of the matter was like this. He recounted everything that Chu Yang had told him in detail. Wu Jueqing had always believed that the Dharma Supreme had the right to know this secret. Therefore, even though the enmity between them was as deep as the ocean, Wu Jueqing had always insisted that even if he wanted to kill the Dharma Supreme, it must be after he had told him this. The Dharma Supreme didn't speak throughout Wu Jueqing's narration. He listened quietly, his expression still calm, except for the occasional spasm of his facial muscles. It was an involuntary spasm that would break out from time to time. When Wu Jueqing said the words, send my brothers to the extraterrestrial to battle the extraterrestrial demons, the expression on the Dharma Supreme's face became indescribably complicated. He wanted to cry, to laugh, to scream hysterically, yet he still tried his best to control himself. His expression was so tragic that one couldn't bear to continue watching. The muscles at the corners of the Dharma Supreme's mouth kept twitching and squirming. He clenched his teeth, but couldn't. He bit his lower lip between his teeth, but it was also bitten until it was dripping with blood, dripping down the corners of his mouth. He stared at Wu Jueqing, but didn't speak at all. Not a single word. Wu Jueqing finished recounting the entire matter. The Dharma Supreme still didn't speak. He maintained his silence, standing there stiffly. For a moment, the atmosphere seemed to have frozen. An indescribable sense of oppression, an indescribable sorrow, slowly spread swoosh, 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 one by one, Silhouettes landed here as if they were flying. They were Gu Duxing and the others. When Gu Duxing and the rest saw such a scene, they were all shocked. Chu Yang, Tan Tan, and the rest were lying down and sitting a little further away. No one was standing. The only two people standing were the Dharma Supreme and Wu Jueqing. And such powerful enemies actually didn't fight when they stood together. This strange scene was too shocking, and it seemed to be a little too difficult to comprehend the moment Mo Qingwu saw Chu Yang's bloodied and pathetic state. She couldn't accept it. She felt her mind shake, and suddenly she saw stars and almost fainted. It was as if the sky had collapsed at this moment. She almost lost all consciousness. With a scream, she rushed over. Chu Yang, what happened to you? Before Mo lay, or could hold her back, Mo Qingwu had already rushed out. At this moment, other than the severely injured Chu Yang, there was nothing else in her eyes. The whole world was no longer in her eyes. If he is unlucky, then I will go with him immediately. This was the only thought in Mo Qingwu's mind at this moment. The Tribulation brothers moved together. Sabers and swords were drawn by burning flowers in their hands. They looked at the Dharma Supreme with burning eyes, because Mo Qingwu had charged right past the Dharma Supreme. She was completely defenseless and defenseless. If the Dharma Supreme dared to move, the brothers would immediately fight with their lives. However, the Dharma Supreme unexpectedly didn't move. Not only did he not move, just by looking at his reaction, it was as if he didn't even notice the arrival of Gu Duxing and the rest. He just stood there in a daze, as if he had lost his soul and was distracted. Gu Duxing and the rest finally heaved a sigh of relief. They still maintained their defensive state, walking over in batches and going around from the side to check on Chu Yang's condition. The Dharma Supreme and Wu Jueqing still maintained their face-to-face situation. At this moment, the Dharma Supreme seemed to have directly turned into a clay puppet. A cool breeze blew, lifting his black robe and making rustling sounds. At this moment, the Dharma Supreme only had one feeling. That was the feeling of being abandoned by the whole world. That kind of desolation, that kind of loneliness and vicissitudes of life. There was also a kind of sadness, regret, and helplessness. After a long, long time, an extremely dense black aura suddenly emerged from the Dharma Supreme. Wu Jueqing's eyes narrowed. The aura of the extraterrestrial demon. The aura of the extraterrestrial demon had reappeared. This meant that the Dharma Supreme had made a choice. The aura of the extraterrestrial demon on the Dharma Supreme became thicker and thicker, almost enveloping his entire body. With an extremely bitter laugh, the Dharma Supreme waved his hand, dispersing the demonic fog that shrouded his head. His face was revealed again. He let out a long sigh and said with an unknown meaning, "Send my brother to battle the extraterrestrial demons in the outer realm. Nurture my brother to reconstruct his physical body and become an immortal golden body. Fulfill my brother's wish to command the outer realm and achieve immortal achievements. Let my brother enjoy the glory and splendor of the world and receive the highest honor." Her. So this is the case. So everything is a misunderstanding. So we have misunderstood Big Brother. So her. It's too late, too late. The Dharma Supreme laughed softly, but his laughter was even worse than crying. It was filled with endless desolation and loneliness. For a moment, it was as if he had lost his soul, and his soul had left his body. If I had known about it 30,000 years ago, why would I have spent so much effort to destroy Big Brother's plan? If I had known about it 10,000 years ago, why would I have become the Dharma Supreme? Even if I couldn't find them, at least I could have committed suicide to lessen some of the guilt. Even if I had only known about it 3,000 years ago, no matter what choice I made, I wouldn't have painstakingly planned to deal with the Tribulation Sword Master. If I had known about it 100 years ago, I would still have been willing to give up all my honor and glory, disperse all my cultivation, and return to being a wandering soul. But now, so what now? If you have not lost your original intention, there is still a way to turn back. The extraterrestrial demon is just a thought, Wu Jueqing said. After all, they were all tribulations. If there was anyone in the world who understood the Dharma Supreme's current state of mind the most, other than Wu Jueqing, there was no one else. The extraterrestrial demon is just a thought. Ha ha ha. The Dharma Supreme laughed bitterly. Wu Jueqing, take a look. What is this? With a swoosh, he activated the demonic aura, causing the demonic fog to float in front of him again. He pointed at it with his fingers, gritting his teeth fiercely. What is this? What is my brother going to do? And what am I? He looked up to the sky and roared. My brother is going to fight the extraterrestrial demon, to fight the extraterrestrial demon for mankind. And I am the extraterrestrial demon now. For my own selfish desires, I did not hesitate to transform into a demon and wreak havoc in the human world. Even if my original intention remains the same, can I still turn back? Chapter 1654. The Dharma Supreme suddenly took a few steps forward. Having lost all sense of reason, he actually grabbed Wu Jueqing's collar without a care in the world. He was completely defenseless and could only grit his teeth as he asked, Tell me, what? Can still turn back? How can I still turn back? How can I still have the face to turn back? Who am I? What am I? What was I in the past? What am I now? Wu Jueqing's cultivation was fully concentrated and he could counterattack at any time. He was even confident that he could escape unscathed while severely injuring the Dharma Supreme. However, he didn't do anything and just let the Dharma Supreme grab his collar and yell. I'm no longer human. I'm a demon. Actually, I've long stopped being human. How many people have I killed for my own selfish desires? How many good people have I killed? The Dharma Supreme yelled at Wu Jueqing. Do you know? You're better than me. You were fucking framed by me after you came out and didn't even have time to commit any sins. How fucking easy for you. But what about me? What about me? What did I plan for so many years for? What's the point? How many people have I killed openly and covertly in the headquarters of the law enforcement officers who opposed me? Those people, which one of them wasn't a hero in the past? Which one of them wasn't a hero full of righteousness? And which one of them wasn't an upright law enforcement officer in the martial world? But I wanted to take revenge on the tribulation sword master. They stopped me, so I killed them. This time, not only did my heart turn into a demon, even my body has turned into a demon from head to toe. All the higher-ups of the law enforcement officers were wiped out by me. These people, which one of them wasn't a hero admired by the world. It's these heroes that were all demonized by me. Demonized by me. How much sin have I committed? Can I still turn back? After I've committed so many evil deeds, all of you are telling me now that I was wrong. My brothers are still alive. My big brother did it for our own good. Everything was my own misunderstanding. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 boo. The Dharma Supreme howled, tears rolling down his cheeks. Heavens, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Why was that? At this moment, even though they were enemies, Gudaxing and the others still couldn't help but feel sorry for him. They thought of how the Dharma Supreme's entire life had been led astray by a freak combination of factors, with no way of turning back. Yet, at the very last moment, when there was no turning back, he found out the truth. That kind of desolation. He sighed inwardly, hearing about the Dharma Supreme, such a formidable character of the world. At this moment, the top experts were sobbing so bitterly that they almost cried at the same time. This kind of powerhouse, the number one power, a peak-level supreme being, and even the legendary Calamity Hero. It might not even make him frown. Even if he was at the end of his road, he might not be able to change his expression. Even if his soul was scattered, he might not lose his composure in front of everyone. But at this moment, he was crying in front of everyone. She cried without any care for her image. How many people would be able to understand such a feeling? The Dharma Supreme released his grip on Wu Jueching's collar in despair, retreating stiffly in a daze. His hands were still outstretched, but they were trembling violently. Suddenly, he looked up to the sky and shouted, "So it turns out that my perseverance for tens of thousands of years has been completely destroyed. It's just a misunderstanding, a joke. The people that I hate so much are actually the people who treat me the best, willing to sacrifice everything for me. The people who want to make me successful. My selfishness has harmed the strength of my brothers. I have indirectly ruined Big Brother's sacrifice. All of my plans had become meaningless. They had even caused harm, destruction, and destruction. This is what I have done, my original intention. My turning back? Is it possible? Is it possible?" The Dharma Supreme laughed bitterly. The demonic fog and evil aura around him became thicker and thicker. Wu Jueching looked at him quietly and said, "It's not too late. You still have the chance to turn back. As long as you still have the heart, you can turn back." "No." The Dharma Supreme shook his head sadly. "I have no chance. I have no chance. I can no longer turn back. I have already done everything to the extreme. Where do I have the heart? I can no longer turn back. I am destined to never turn back." The Dharma Supreme laughed. Suddenly he turned around and shouted crazily, "Calamity Sword Master Chu Yang, come out and show me your Calamity Sword." Chu Yang had just woken up from his coma when he saw Chu Lu and Mo Qinggu. The two girls were watching him intently. At the same time, he could clearly feel the extreme pain and numbness all over his body, as well as the recovery of a large amount of internal energy in his dantian. All these signs indicated that he had taken the heavy pill again, and it was the complete version. It was just that he didn't know if it was from Chu Lu or Mo Qinggu. Just as he was about to say something to comfort the two little girls in front of him, he heard a thunderous roar. "Calamity Sword Master Chu Yang, come out and show me your Calamity Sword." He raised his head reluctantly, only to see the Dharma Supreme standing not far away from him. His black robe and long hair fluttered in the wind. Only his eyes were staring at him, somewhat crazily. Chu Yang couldn't help but be startled. The Dharma Supreme was one of the few wise men in the world. He was the calmest and most stable. Such a situation shouldn't have happened to him. Now that there was such a change, there could only be one result. He turned around and saw Wu Jueching nodding lightly at him. Having received confirmation, Chu Yang's mind stirred. The Calamity Sword suddenly appeared in midair with a sword cry. It still emitted a dazzling glow. Just like that, a sword stood upright in midair. The Dharma Supreme's frenzied emotions instantly became as calm as ice. The wise man of the past had returned at this moment. However, he still didn't make any movements. He just stood there, looking up at the Calamity Sword in the air with a myriad of emotions in his eyes. One could clearly see how many memories he had in the past were flowing through his mind at this moment. How much of the past flowed through his heart. The brothers who had gone through life and death together, the big brother who was loyal to him, the glorious years of blood and blood, the flowing years that had passed by, the sword light flashed, as if the former big brother Qinfang was looking at him with sparkling eyes. The Calamity Sword was still the same as before. "Big brother, where are you? Do you know that I have hated you for so many years? I was wrong. I want to repent to you. But where are you?" Tears gradually gathered in the Dharma Supreme's eyes, sparkling. Then they quietly flowed down from the corners of his eyes. They dripped onto the ground, splashing up light dust. He stood straight and looked at the Calamity Sword in the air. Slowly his body, which had been standing straight, began to hunch down. In an instant he seemed to have aged a few thousand years, unable to even straighten his back. The vicissitudes of the past, the brotherhood, is boundless, vaguely drinking in the dream, startled by the cold, sitting opposite the moon, made a mistake by gathering iron, How can I describe the melancholy of my life? My hands are stained with the blood of heroes. Every step under my feet is a challenge, gnashing my teeth and hating the mistakes of heaven. My nightmare caused my brother to be wronged. My sins can't be redeemed by heaven. My hands are bloody and my soul is ashamed. I have let down my brothers and tears, difficult for my brother, difficult for heaven. Full of remorse and bitterness, can't retreat, can't advance, ha 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 ha. The Dharma Supreme sang loudly. His voice was mournful, almost as if he was better off dead. As he sang till here, he suddenly laughed hoarsely. His laughter was much more miserable than crying. Then, with a wail, he suddenly knelt down, facing the calamity sword. He kowtowed heavily. "I'm sorry. Big brother, I'm sorry. I do a chochong, I'm sorry. Brothers, I'm sorry. I'm sorry." The Dharma Supreme jumped up. He howled into the sky, "I'm wrong, but I'm destined to be unable to turn back. Heaven is playing with me. What should I do? Heaven, if you really have eyes, why would you play with me like this? Why are you playing with me like this?" The Dharma Supreme howled into the sky, almost going crazy. Previously, he was still thinking about it. The Dharma Supreme, who kept saying that heavens will belong to him, was now doing everything he could. He was scolding the heavens for being unfair. Was heaven really playing with him? Wu Jueching, who was at the side, was also almost in tears. He was definitely the one who understood the Dharma Supreme the most, because he, too, was almost on the path of the Dharma Supreme. Fortunately, he had stopped on the wrong path right from the start, and the one who stopped him was actually the Dharma Supreme. It was just that he really didn't hate the Dharma Supreme for his sneak attack back then. If not for that sneak attack back then, there would probably be another pitiful person who scolded heavens for playing with him today. From this point of view, the Dharma Supreme was actually Wu Jueching's greatest benefactor. But the Dharma Supreme who stopped him from going down the wrong path was already destined to be unable to turn back. From an unparalleled hero to a peerless hero, then to a traitor who stole the world, and finally to a demon who brought calamity to the world. The Dharma Supreme walked step by step, and finally, today when he was powerless to turn back, he found out the truth. How cruel and helpless was this? Step by step it made one sigh. If there wasn't heaven's will to guide him, to walk step by step like this until now, it was really inconceivable. After the Dharma Supreme roared into the sky, he quieted down just like that. He stood there quietly like a dead man. For a moment, everyone didn't know what to say. Then, the Dharma Supreme turned around quietly and faced Wu Jueching. "Brother Wu, thank you for telling me. Ha ha ha, for the sneak attack back then. Should Brother Wu hate me or thank me?" At this time he could actually still laugh. It was just that when he spoke to Wu Jueching about the sneak attack back then, his tone was full of envy. They were the same. Wu Jueching could turn back, he could go back. As long as there was a chance, he could still join the original group. But what about himself? Even if the brothers could still accept it, even if Big Brother didn't care, but how could he go back? How could he still have the face to go back? Not to mention bringing his half-demon body back with him? Wu Jueching opened his mouth, but realized that whatever he said was inappropriate. "I still have to walk down this path. I can no longer turn back." The Dharma Supreme took a deep breath and said expressionlessly, "Swordmaster Chu, the Tianding Grand Meeting is the time of the final battle between you and me. If your skills are not as good as mine, don't blame me for being ruthless. If I win, heavens will belong to me. If you win, the tribulation will start a new chapter. Everyone, let's fight it out at the Tianding Grand Meeting. So what if I live? So what if I die? Let me be wrong until the end." The Dharma Supreme let out a long roar and flew up, leaving behind rolling demonic fog in the air. He actually left without a care. Chapter 1655. As the Dharma Supreme left, soft puffing sounds could be heard in the air. Following the direction where the Dharma Supreme left, droplets of water fell from the sky, sparkling under the sunlight and dripping into the soil. Everyone knew that these were the Dharma Supreme's tears. It was obvious that this generation's think tank could no longer control his emotions. Even when he was flying at such a high speed, there were still so many tears falling. Everyone looked at one another, all of them speechless. No one stopped him. No one thought of stopping him. Why does he refuse to turn back when he already knows the truth? GMO said somewhat angrily, since he knows that he was wrong and understands that what happened back then was a misunderstanding. Why doesn't he turn back? Is selfish desire really that important? Don't his brothers from back then miss him? If he doesn't turn back, how can his brothers endure it? Turn back? How can he turn back? How can he turn back? Gu Duxing said coldly, law enforcement officers, heroes from all walks of life who once ruled the world and whose names shook the heavens, have basically all been destroyed in his hands. He has completely destroyed the foundation of the law enforcement officers. The entire heavens continent will be plunged into an eternal land of chaos because of his actions this time. Although the law enforcement officers have been somewhat corrupted over the years because of the Dharma Supreme, without the restrictions of the law enforcement officers, this continent will be 10,000 times more chaotic than before, or even more. Even if he repents and turns back now, it will be of no use. The impact he has caused has already become a foregone conclusion. Even if he changes his mind at the last minute, it will no longer be of much significance. On the contrary, it may cause even greater and more lasting trouble. Gu Duxing sighed deeply. In fact, a hero and wise man like the Dharma Supreme naturally has his own thoughts. If he continues to persist in his wrong ways, it may be true repentance. If he were to repent at this moment and commit suicide to atone for his sins, then the entire world would truly be finished. What exactly are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Whatever. What do you think we should do next? Luo Kadi was completely perplexed. Do we still have to fight to the death in the future? Chuyang coughed and said, Of course, the Dharma Supreme said it very clearly just now. It's one thing for him to know that he was wrong, but he can no longer turn back, so the battle still has to continue. If he could kill us, he wouldn't show any mercy, and vice versa. Therefore, the road ahead was still bumpy. The road is still filled with blood. Everyone still needs to work hard. GMO, Luo Kadi, and the others were still somewhat confused. However, what was in common was that for a hero like the Dharma Supreme, one of the legendary tribulations of the past, to end up in such a situation today, everyone could only sigh and lament in their hearts. Fortunately, it was the Dharma Supreme who encountered such an incident. I'm afraid that the only choice I would have had would have been to destroy my body and soul as soon as possible. Xia Danqiong rejoiced and said. All the brothers heard Xia Danqiong's words. He thought of all the things that the Dharma Supreme had gone through. When they thought about what would happen to them, they couldn't help but shudder. He nodded in agreement. If he continued to live like this, it would be a fate worse than death. Let's go back. A war is inevitable, so let's go all out. Chuyang said. Mo Qingguo scooped Chuyang up in her arms. Hugging Chuyang's tall and majestic body seemed very out of place, but she refused to let go even if she had to die. She just carefully held on to him. The brothers left step by step. After walking for a long distance, they still couldn't help but turn back. The Dharma Supreme's helpless and sorrowful roar before he left still seemed to reverberate. Wu Jueqing was the last to leave. He stood despondently for a long time before he said softly, Diwu, Cho Chang, thank you. He was referring to the Dharma Supreme's sneak attack on him back then. He used to hate his sneak attack so much. But now he realized that if it wasn't for that sneak attack and his serious injuries, he probably wouldn't be much stronger than the Dharma Supreme right now. The wonders of the world were simply unimaginable. On the other side, the Dharma Supreme sped all the way back to the secret gathering place of the law enforcement officers. It was just that the journey was very peaceful, very peaceful. If it was before, the Dharma Supreme would definitely be thinking about many, many things, such as plotting against whom, or how to improve his cultivation, or the reason why it was peaceful was because the Dharma Supreme's mind was completely blank at this moment. Or rather, it wasn't appropriate to say that it was completely blank, because in the bottom of the Dharma Supreme's heart, there was always a thunderous voice calling out to him. Cho-chang, 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 what do you think of this place? Cho-chang, what do you think? Cho-chang, where are you? Fifth brother, where are you now? Fifth brother, why aren't you here yet? Fifth brother, everyone is waiting for you. Fifth brother, how are you now? Fifth brother, come back quickly. The voices of his brothers seemed to be constantly ringing. The Dharma Supreme howled and covered his face as he ran. He covered his face tightly. The Dharma Supreme covered his face and ran while choking with sobs. The faces of his brothers flashed before his eyes. Some of their faces, after tens of thousands of years, had been blurred, but now they were incomparably clear. Even the expressions on their faces were the same as before. They were calling for me, they were calling for me. But I could only cover my face and run. I miss all of you too, but I can't, I'm no longer worthy. The Dharma Supreme ran against the wind, forcibly suppressing the endless bitterness in his heart, but he still felt waves of choking and indescribable sobs. The whistling wind that came towards him had already dried up the tears that had just overflowed from his eyes. He didn't know what he was thinking in his heart. He only felt that his heart was suddenly burning like a ball of fire, and then suddenly cold like ice. If tragedy is inevitable in life, then what is my life? Is it considered a tragedy, or is it a farce? A farce that I directed and acted in myself, thinking that I was infallible and doing things on my own, messing up everything. I thought that everyone owed me, but in the end I was the biggest debtor. No matter who it is, I owe it to them. The Dharma Supreme suddenly felt an extremely absurd feeling. For a moment, he actually wanted to laugh at the sky, shout at the sky, or curse at the sky, complain that the heavens were playing tricks on him, that the heavens were unfair. For a moment, it was as if he wanted to kill everyone in the world, leaving nothing behind. All living beings were exterminated, and for a moment they wanted to destroy themselves, their souls scattered, consigned to eternal damnation. So everything was actually a mistake. So the one who made the most mistakes was actually myself, selfish from the start. Then, blinded by greed, I fell deeper and deeper to the point where the heavens and earth can no longer tolerate it, and there is no way back. Full of regret, full of bitterness, unable to retreat, unable to advance. Diwu Cho-chang, where should I go from here? Diwu Cho-chang, you were once revered by the world, and a hero that everyone looked up to. You also had a place in the legends of the heavenly realm. You had the reputation of tribulation throughout history. You also had your glory overturning the heavenly realm tens of thousands of years ago. As tribulation's think tank, you led the entire situation, and it was only because of your planning that the brothers could unite the heavenly realm that time. Now, what have you become? The Dharma Supreme of today. Are you still the Diwu Cho-chang of the past? Are you still the tribulation's think tank? Diwu Cho-chang, Dharma Supreme, tribulation's think tank, heavenly demon seed, hero, devil, troublemaker. Where should I go from here? Where should I go from here? Where should I go from here? The Dharma Supreme felt that his heart was about to explode. The Dharma Supreme suddenly stopped outside the forest, looking up at the sky, speechless, his face full of confusion. He really couldn't retreat. Neither could he advance for a moment. He couldn't make a choice, and there was no way forward. For a moment, he couldn't advance or retreat. Lord Dharma Supreme. The two law enforcement experts who were on guard outside the forest came out of hiding and bowed. The Dharma Supreme took a deep breath and exhaled gently. He quickly restrained his emotions and said indifferently, "That person, has he returned?" The two guards said, "He has already returned, but he seems to be very badly injured." Now he's sending people everywhere to look for Lord Dharma Supreme. The Dharma Supreme's expression was neither happy nor angry, and only nodded indifferently. I know. He floated and entered the dense forest. The moment he entered, he could clearly feel a wave of scattered demonic aura, faintly rising and overflowing, with a vague feeling that it would dissipate at any time. This feeling was very strange. Even when he first met the heavenly demon, he didn't seem to be in such a miserable state. It seemed that the heavenly demon's injuries this time were indeed extremely serious, enough to be fatal, even more so than that day. The Dharma Supreme walked over with a gloomy face. One after another, weak moans that were forcefully suppressed came out from inside, almost continuously. Just by hearing these sounds, one could imagine how much pain the person who was moaning was in. You are back? You are finally back. The heavenly demon's voice was extremely weak. Come over quickly, come over quickly. The Dharma Supreme's eyes flashed and his figure disappeared. He instantly entered the house and turned a corner on the wall. Immediately, the door to a secret chamber appeared. The Dharma Supreme entered in a flash. The wall behind him slowly closed up. Hurry! The heavenly demon withered in the secret chamber. His whole body almost shriveled up. Demonic aura constantly flowed out from his body and disappeared into the air. As the demonic aura gradually flowed out, his aura became even weaker. Now he was like a candle in the wind, on the verge of death and could die at any time. Previously, he was seriously injured and was also poisoned by the unique poison in the world. Now, the heavenly demon really didn't even have the strength to move. It was already very lucky to be able to return here. If not for the Dharma Supreme, his last hope, he could only wait for death. Hurry! Prepare a few embryonic devil souls of supreme martial artists and above. The more the better. Don't be too strong, just second or third grade supreme martial artist embryonic devil souls to strengthen my foundation. The heavenly demon said weakly, if I don't get replenishment soon, I will vanish into thin air. Hurry up and prepare them, hurry. With your strength, how did you get injured so badly? The Dharma Supreme frowned and asked slowly. Chapter 1656. All kinds of weird things can happen in this damn place. It's my bad luck. I met the Demon King the moment I made my move. The heavenly demon gritted his teeth in hatred. It was originally nothing much. I just had to hold on a little longer, and I would have won the battle and even gotten the rare supreme demon body. But for some reason, a strange sword came and ruined my plans. Then I met two experts who could use the heaven's peak poison. Why are you still asking about this at this juncture? Hurry up and prepare. The faster the better, hurry up. You're so badly injured. What kind of spirit would be the best for you? Do you want the spirit of a second grade or third grade supreme martial artist? Do you need a special catalyst? The Dharma Supreme was a little anxious, but his words were clear and he asked in great detail. No need. Just a second grade or third grade one will do. Hurry up and prepare. Cut the crap. So, just an ordinary one will do. Yes. Hurry up and prepare. The faster the better. But sir, you also know that the ones we demonized previously were all high-level martial artists, such as the second grade and third grade supreme martial artists. I didn't put in much effort, but I realized that I couldn't completely control their spirits. This is a little troublesome. If an accident happens when you're replenishing them, why are you so silly? What's the big deal? You just have to do this and that. Oh, I see. Sir's words are very righteous, and I've benefited a lot. All right, when I went out today, my spirit was also injured and I realized that I couldn't completely control it. Does this have anything to do with the strength of my spirit? Of course it has something to do with it. Why do you have so much to say? Hurry up and prepare. For example, I can't control anyone now. This is all related to the brand of the Devil's Soul. The weaker the Devil's Soul, the lower the control. If the Devil's Soul is on the verge of collapse, the brand can't be maintained. Hurry up and go. Hurry up and prepare. Oh, I see. Sir, you're really honest. I figured it all out. What? What do you mean? The heavenly demon finally felt that something was wrong. The Dharma Supreme laughed coldly. I'm just saying that you're really fucking honest as a pig waiting to be slaughtered. The heavenly demon was stunned for a moment before it reacted. It let out a shrill cry. How dare you say that about me? Up until now, he had felt that something was wrong. Yet, he still did not suspect the Dharma Supreme. The Dharma Supreme stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression gentle and refined as usual. Yet he said, "Don't you understand what I'm saying? Don't you understand human language? You're a demon, so it's reasonable that you don't understand human language. I'll say one more thing. Fuck you. Do you understand? Can you?" The heavenly demon was so infuriated that the demonic aura all over his body was about to explode. Panting heavily, he looked at the Dharma Supreme and said, "You scoundrel! Demon child, you actually. How dare I scold you?" The Dharma Supreme smiled. "Not only do I want to scold you, I want to hit you. Don't worry, I'll fuck you. But you are definitely not my demon child." As he spoke, he slapped the extraterrestrial demon hard in the face. The sound was exceptionally crisp and clear. I want you to die." The heavenly demon was mad with anger. Completely disregarding his injuries, he tried his best to activate the demonic soul brand. The Dharma Supreme frowned and instantly felt an extreme pain exploding in his mind. However, this pain was not as unbearable as before. In fact, the pleasure was gradually diminishing. Looks like the extraterrestrial demon is really honest. What he said was absolutely right. This was the final radiance of the setting sun, and there was nothing he could do anymore. His demonic soul had obviously suffered great damage. After this, he would no longer be able to control himself. He couldn't help but feel relieved that he had gotten rid of this last burden. No matter what he chose in the future, he would be able to do as he pleased. The Dharma Supreme confirmed his judgment. Completely disregarding the fact that the extraterrestrial demon was still activating his demonic soul, he slapped the extraterrestrial demon's face more than 10 times consecutively. He growled, "You control me? You control me?" Every time he slapped her, he would ask her a question. The pain in his mind continued, but his hands did not stop slapping. "You control me? Who do you think you are? You actually want to control me? You're a demon child that deserves to be cut into pieces. You're a demon who deserves to die. You've schemed well, you've harmed me well. You bastard who deserves to die 10,000 times. Slap after slap, the pain in the Dharma Supreme's mind continued. The extraterrestrial demon's final counterattack was no small matter, but the Dharma Supreme did not show it on his face. At this moment, he could only humiliate the extraterrestrial demon as much as he could. Drops of black, demonic blood flowed out from the extraterrestrial demon's mouth and wounds almost continuously, turning into drops of demonic energy and dissipating in the air. The extraterrestrial demon was extremely aggrieved and indignant, but also extremely aggrieved. He glared at the Dharma Supreme, wishing he could swallow him whole. He would never have thought that when he returned here, he thought that it was his fledgling that healed him. Who would have thought that this fellow would actually betray him? This change made the extraterrestrial demon feel like he was dreaming. How could it be possible that the fledgling that he had manipulated with his own hands actually betrayed him? It could even resist the restriction of the law of the superior controlling the inferior. That law that no one had been able to resist since ancient times. It was even more terrifying than encountering a nightmare in the land of nightmares. He really did not dare to believe it. The Dharma Supreme clenched his teeth. He grabbed the extraterrestrial demon's hair with his left hand and lifted him up. His right hand slapped him continuously, his gaze cold like an ice-cold blade. "My life has been ruined by you extraterrestrial demons." The Dharma Supreme slapped him again. This sentence was not wrong in a detailed analysis. The original mission of the tribulations sword master and tribulation, was to deal with the extraterrestrial demon. All the misunderstandings also originated from this. You caused me to betray my brothers. You caused me to be betrayed by everyone. You caused me to lose my humanity. You caused me to be in a dilemma. You caused me to be in a dilemma. You caused me to. The more the Dharma Supreme spoke, the more aggrieved he became. Suddenly, he stabbed 2 fingers into the extraterrestrial demon's eyes. He was already in a state of madness now. What was a mere pain? Being able to wreak havoc on the extraterrestrial demon's body was the greatest pleasure right now. The extraterrestrial demon let out a scream that was worse than death. His whole body trembled, and the demonic fog became chaotic. The Dharma Supreme did not stop. He continued to attack, his methods becoming more and more cruel. The extraterrestrial demon's body was gradually dismantled into pieces. With a loud cry that was close to breaking down, the Dharma Supreme slapped the extraterrestrial demon's head for the last time. At this point, the extraterrestrial demon let out a low murmur of unknown meaning and finally breathed his last. A pitiful heaven-level extraterrestrial demon, a demon that was above heaven-level martial artists in the Heaven Imperial Court, would never have dreamed that he would die in such a humiliating manner in the Heaven Imperial Court. To die so that even he himself could not believe it. The next moment, an extremely dense demonic fog erupted from the top of the extraterrestrial demon's head. That was the appearance of the extraterrestrial demon's original soul. It was also where the last imprint of this extraterrestrial demon was. The Dharma Supreme laughed loudly as if he had gone mad. He stretched out both his hands, and a ball of pitch-black demonic aura suddenly emerged. He opened his mouth and sucked the pure demonic aura that was transformed from the extraterrestrial demon's soul into his mouth continuously. You devour this. Devour that. Today, I will devour you. I will let you have a taste of being devoured and consigned to eternal damnation. Game? To hell with your game. Game my ass. He smashed the chest of the extraterrestrial demon's body with a vicious punch and dug out the demon spirit's heart. Yes, the big clans who were once allies attacked with all their might, without any reservations. This day in the records of the heavenly continent in the future was called the beginning of the Blood River. The Dharma Supreme stood in the forest, his eyes cold and emotionless. So what if I betray the world? Chapter 16, 57. When Chu Yang and the others returned to their lodgings, Mo Tianji, the only one left behind, was already anxiously waiting for them. Although Mo Tianji had the help of the heavy pills when he used the forbidden secret technique, mind transmission, previously and didn't leave behind any hidden injuries and could even recover within a few days, he would still be greatly weakened in the next few days, and his ability to fight was greatly weakened. However, Mo Tianji was ultimately a think tank. If even he had to fight with his life on the line, the situation would probably really become extremely dangerous. This was also the main reason why Mo Tianji had stayed behind. However, he didn't know whether it was a coincidence or not. But Chu Yang had rushed to Tan Tan's rescue this time, and he had ended up in an extremely dangerous situation. This was something that Mo Tianji hadn't expected. Throughout the journey, without the interference of external enemies, the heavy pills continued to show their powerful effects. Chu Yang's injuries were naturally in a state of continuous improvement. Even Gu Yigu and the others, although they couldn't be said to be in a good condition, had also more or less regained some mobility. Of course, these heavily injured people still had to be carried by Gu Duxing and the others. It seemed like if Gu Duxing and the others hadn't rushed over, Wu Jueqing and Chu Lu really wouldn't have been able to carry such a large group of people back. No matter how strong an expert was, he only had 2 hands. There were 7 to 8 living people here, and all of them were men. How were they supposed to handle this? Tan Tan, who was still in a deep coma, was carried on Gu Duxing's back as if he was carrying a sack. If Tan Tan was awake, he might just strangle Gu Duxing to death. This guy actually put his head down on his shoulders and his legs in front of him, only hugging his calves as they sped along. As they moved, Tan Tan's body swayed here and there. That head of his kept bumping into Gu Duxing's buttocks, repeatedly and intimately. Guigu and the others were naturally furious at how their Saint King was being abused by someone like this. They criticized him nonstop the entire way, complaining. When they recovered some energy, they even started to hurl abuse at him. GMO, Luo Kadi, and the others were all displeased. When they saw that these few old men were already full of anger and could scold people, they very straightforwardly put them on their shoulders as well. Their posture of carrying the sack was exactly the same as Gu Duxing's. Wasn't it easy to copy? Weren't you guys unhappy? Why don't we just give you the same treatment as your Saint King? One sheep is the same as herding a flock of sheep. In the blink of an eye, the curses along the way shook the heavens. He scolded them all the way. Tan was lucky to be carried like this. After all, he was in a deep coma at the moment, so he couldn't feel anything. However, Guigu and the others were extremely miserable. Completely conscious, they could clearly sense that their faces, noses, and lips were unceasingly moving. Again and again, she bumped into the buttocks of the guy who was carrying her. Puff, puff, puff. What was even more unbearable was that Guigu simply couldn't stand the fact that GMO was carrying him on his back. In order to achieve the same effect, GMO had actually only grabbed his ankle. His nose kept touching this guy's, but sometimes he would even feel that he had fallen into a ditch. Guigu's injuries had just recovered a little when he almost fainted again from the disgust. This guy was too vile. Could it be any worse? Energy, and would energy, reality, prove that they could? One of the 3 Stars Divine Clan's elders got down from Luo Kadi's back when they finally arrived at the inn's entrance. He didn't care about the severity of his injuries. He didn't care about anything else. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. He pounced on Luo Kadi and fought with his life. Luo Kadi, who was in peak condition, did not dare to face him. He covered his head and fled like a rat, disappearing in the blink of an eye. This result left everyone flabbergasted. What exactly was going on? That elder's curses reverberated throughout the entire inn. Even Mo Tianji, who was keeping watch inside, was baffled. However, when they asked him what exactly was going on, he refused to say anything. In any case, there was only one sentence that came out of his mouth over and over again. I cannot coexist with this guy who is carrying me on his back today. We can't coexist under the same sky. It's either me or him. In the end, Luo Kadi finally returned sneakily. Everyone interrogated him under torture. It was only then that they realized why the 2 of them had such a grudge against each other. As it turned out, when Luo Kadi was carrying this elder in that position, it just so happened that the elder's mouth had intimately collided with Luo Kadi's, but Second Master Luo had actually coincidentally farted, even though Luo Kadi had repeatedly stated that it was definitely not intentional. No one believed him. When this matter was brought up, everyone was eating around a large table. Chu Yang and the others immediately spat out all the rice and soup in their mouths. They coughed repeatedly and laughed so hard that they almost choked. This was a new record created by Luo Kadi. It could cause many of the world's top experts and second-grade supreme martial artists to be injured at almost the same time. Even though it was just choking was still an injury, no? It was even a type of internal injury. As for the ones who were the most seriously injured, they were not the ones. There were also Mo Qingguo, Chu Lu and Mo Lei. These 3 ladies were all frowning as they stared at Luo Kadi hatefully. They no longer had any appetite and could vaguely feel waves of nausea. Luo Kadi! There's really a reason why this elder and you cannot coexist under the same sky. Ah. After GMO said this, he burst into laughter. However, what he said right after made Guigu flip the table on the spot. Why didn't I think of farting back then? What a miscalculation! Everyone was fooling around downstairs, so there was no need to elaborate further. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji were discussing matters in the room upstairs. Mo Tianji listened to Chu Yang's sigh as he narrated the entire process of this matter in detail. Then, Mo Tianji became pensive. Then, Mo Tianji suddenly sighed and said, "The Dharma Supreme can be said to be the most pitiful person in the heavenly layer. Hateful people indeed have something to be pitied." Chu Yang agreed. "Actually, I was thinking about a question just now. If I were to encounter the same situation as the Dharma Supreme, what would I do? What would I do? If the role was switched to you, what would you do? If it were Du Xing and the others, what would the outcome be?" Mo Tianji smiled lightly. "Chu Yang, what do you think?" Chu Yang smiled bitterly. "You, more or less, would make the same choice as him." Mo Tianji clearly didn't treat this topic as a joke. Instead, he seriously pondered over it and said, "Others may not understand or approve of it. However, as the kidnappers, we should understand, and approve of it. If our brothers were to be injured, how would we react? If you were to choose between the world and your brothers, and you could only choose one, what would you choose?" Mo Tianji chuckled. Moreover, the Dharma Supreme was facing a situation where 8 of his brothers died together. It's like me, Du Xing, and the others were all killed. What would I do? If the Dharma Supreme was replaced by Du Xing, what would the outcome be? Chu Yang's calm expression suddenly turned serious. "If you were the Dharma Supreme and all of us were killed, then you would definitely seek revenge at all costs. Even if you were to stand against all the people in the world, you would not turn back. If you eventually knew that it was a misunderstanding, then you would think of ways to make up for it. Even if it was painful, you would hold on. You would carry it and persevere all the way. You are such a person." Mo Tianji looked at Chu Yang. Chu Yang's heart was touched, and he nodded silently. Throughout his 2 lives, Mo Tianji was the one who understood Chu Yang the most. Mo Tianji understood Chu Yang better than Mo Qingwu, Meng Chaoran, Tan Tan, and even Chu Yang himself. If Du Xing had reached the final step of the Dharma Supreme, he would have simply retired and disappeared without a trace. He would have been alone for a lifetime. If it were Xie Danqiong and Ao Xiun, they would have tried their best to survive. Their choice should be similar to yours, to try their best to make up for it. However, they would still try to find us. If it were Dong Wushang and Rui Batong, they would probably not do anything. They would just commit suicide. Not facing all this is the simplest and least painful way. As for GMO and Luokadi, they would not choose to commit suicide. However, if they end up like the Dharma Supreme, going crazy would be their only outcome. Lastly, it's me. Mo Tianji was deep in thought. My choice from the start would probably be the same as the Dharma Supremes. Step by step, the changes would be similar, even the final outcome. I'm afraid I would also choose the Dharma Supreme's current method. We are all people who use our brains to make a living. Our thinking is really similar. Mo Tianji shook his head and smiled bitterly. In the end, the Dharma Supreme and I are ultimately the same type of people. It's just that I am luckier than him, much luckier. At least, I don't have to make that kind of damn choice. Chu Yang heaved a long sigh of relief. He did not open his mouth to speak, but deep down he agreed with Mo Tianji. Thinking back to his previous life, Mo Tianji had taken revenge on him for Mo Qingwu. That was really a means of death. If one were to look at the root of it, how was it different from what the Dharma Supreme was doing now? Therefore, the Dharma Supreme is still a man in his bones. It's just that his lust for power has blinded his eyes and corrupted a hero, Mo Tianji concluded. Chu Yang nodded. Yes, it's indeed a pity, but he still has to die in the end. Yes, we must kill him. Mo Tianji was also a little disappointed. Only by dying in our hands can the Dharma Supreme be truly free. This is no longer a trick of the heavens, but a change in the situation. Only by dying can he resolve all the disputes and changes before him. Only by dying in our hands can he truly be free. The two of them looked at each other and saw the complex emotions in each other's eyes. Making friends throughout one's life. If one can find a friend like the Dharma Supreme, it's actually also a kind of luck. Great luck. Chu Yang stood up and walked slowly to the window, saying slowly, "Yes, what's wrong with sacrificing the whole world to avenge your brother? What's wrong with slaughtering the common people?" Mo Tianji's voice was full of praise, vicious and merciless, and scrupulous in order to achieve his goal. Evil as the mountains, evil as the seas. What a man of character. We often say such things and think such things. That's why it's loyalty. Mo Tianji's tone was a little sad, but the Dharma Supreme really did it. So it became a sin. Times change, that's all there is to it. Chu Yang nodded slowly. When Chu Yang and the others returned to their lodgings, Mo Tianji, who was the only one left behind, was already anxiously waiting for them. Although Mo Tianji had used the forbidden secret technique, heart transmission, previously with the help of Zhongdan, it didn't leave any hidden injuries and could even recover in a few days. But in the next few days, his vitality was still greatly damaged and his ability to fight was greatly weakened. However, Mo Tianji was ultimately the brains of the group. If even he had to fight with his life, the situation would probably really be extremely dangerous. This was also the main reason why Mo Tianji had stayed behind. However, he didn't know whether it was a coincidence or not. But Chu Yang had rushed to Tan Tan's rescue this time, and he had ended up in an extremely dangerous situation. This was something that Mo Tianji hadn't expected. Along the way, without the interference of external enemies, the Zhongdan continued to show its powerful effects. Chu Yang's injuries were naturally in a state of continuous improvement. Even Gu Yigu and the others, although they couldn't be said to be in a good condition, had also more or less regained some mobility. Of course, these seriously injured people still had to be carried by Gu Duxing and the others. It seemed like if Gu Duxing and the others hadn't rushed over, Wu Jueqing and Chulu really wouldn't have been able to carry such a large group of people back. No matter how strong an expert was, they only had 2 hands. There were 7 to 8 living people, and all of them were men. How could they possibly handle this? Tan Tan, who was still in a state of deep unconsciousness, was carried on Gu Duxing's back like a sack. If Tan Tan was awake, he might just strangle Gu Duxing to death. This guy actually put his head down on his shoulders and his 2 legs in front of him, only hugging his calves and sprinting all the way. As they moved, Tan Tan's body swayed here and there. That head kept bumping against Gu Duxing's buttocks, bumping again and again, repeatedly and intimately. Guigu and the others were naturally furious at how their Saint King was being abused by someone like this. They criticized and complained nonstop all the way. When they had recovered some energy, they even started to hurl abuse at him. GMO Luokadi and the others were all displeased. When they saw that these few old men were already so angry that they could scold people, they very straightforwardly carried Tan Tan on their shoulders as well. The way they carried the sack was exactly the same as Gu Duxing's. Wasn't it easy to copy? Weren't you guys unhappy? Why don't we just give you the same treatment as your Saint King? 1 sheep is the same as hurting a flock of sheep. In an instant, the curses and insults were earth-shattering. They were really scolded along the way. Tan Tan was considered lucky to be carried like this. Because he was currently in a state of deep unconsciousness, he couldn't feel anything at all. However, Guigu and the others were extremely miserable. Completely conscious, they could clearly sense that their faces, noses, and lips were continuously bumping into the buttocks of the fellow who was carrying them, again and again, again and again. What was even more unbearable was that Guigu really couldn't stand the fact that GMO was carrying him. In order to achieve the same effect, GMO actually only grabbed his ankles while his nose continuously bumped into this fellow's buttocks. Sometimes he could even coincidentally feel himself sinking into a ditch Gu Igu's injuries had just recovered a little. He almost fainted from disgust again. This fellow was simply too vile. Could he be any more vile? Energy. The facts proved that energy. When they finally stopped at the entrance of the inn, one of the 3 Stars Divine Clan elders got down from Luo Kadi's back. Ignoring the severity of his injuries and excruciating pain, he pounced on Luo Kadi and fought it out with him. Luo Kadi, who was in full condition, didn't dare to fight back at all. He covered his head and fled like a rat. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. This outcome left everyone dumbfounded. What exactly was going on? That elder's curses reverberated throughout the entire inn. Even Mo Tianji, who was keeping watch inside, was baffled. However, when he was asked what exactly was going on, he refused to say anything. In any case, there was only one sentence that came out of his mouth. I am irreconcilable with this little guy who is carrying me today. We cannot live under the same sky. It's either me or him. Later on, Luo Kadi finally came back sneakily. It was only under torture that everyone found out why the 2 of them had such a grudge. As it turned out, when Luo Kadi was carrying this elder in that position, it just so happened that the elder's mouth was intimately colliding with Luo Kadi's buttocks. Second Master Luo actually coincidentally farted, even though Luo Kadi repeatedly stated that it was definitely not intentional. Not a single person believed him. When this matter was brought up, everyone was sitting around a large table and eating. Chu Yang and the others instantly spat out all the rice and soup in their mouths. They coughed repeatedly and laughed so hard that they almost choked. This was a new record created by Luo Kadi. It could cause many of the world's top experts and low-grade supreme martial artists to be injured at almost the same time. Even though it was just choking was still an injury, wasn't it? It was a type of internal injury. As for the ones who were the most seriously injured, it wasn't these people. There were still Mo Qingguo, Chu Lu, and Mo Lei present. These 3 ladies were all frowning as they stared hatefully at Luo Kadi. They no longer had any appetite and could vaguely feel waves of nausea. Luo Kadi, there's really a reason why this elder is irreconcilable with you. Aha. After GMO said this, he burst into laughter. However, what he said right after made Gu Igu flip the table on the spot. Why didn't I think of farting back then? What a miscalculation! Everyone was fooling around downstairs, so there was no need for him to elaborate any further. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji were discussing matters in the room upstairs. Listening to Chu Yang's sighs as he recounted the entire process of this incident in detail, Mo Tianji fell into deep thought. Then Mo Tianji suddenly sighed and said, "The Dharma Supreme can be said to be the most pitiful person in the heavenly layer. Hateful people indeed have aspects that are worth pitying." Chu Yang expressed his agreement. Actually, when I was deep in thought just now, I was actually thinking about a question. If I were to encounter the same situation as the Dharma Supreme, what would I do? What would I choose? If the role was switched to you, what would you do? If it were Du Xing and the others, what would the outcome be? Mo Tianji smiled lightly. Chu Yang, what do you think? Chu Yang smiled bitterly. You would more or less make the same choice as him. Mo Tianji obviously didn't treat this topic as a joke. Instead, he began to think very seriously. He said, "Others may not understand or approve of it. However, as the robbers, we should be able to understand and approve of it. If our brothers were to be harmed by others, how would we react? If you were to choose between the world and your brothers, and you could only choose one, what would you choose?" Mo Tianji chuckled. Moreover, the situation that the Dharma Supreme was faced with back then was that 8 of his brothers had died together. It's equivalent to me being in the same situation as Du Xing and the others. All 8 of them were killed by others. What would I do? If the Dharma Supreme were to be replaced by Du Xing, what would the outcome be? Chu Yang's peaceful expression suddenly turned serious. If you were the Dharma Supreme, and all of us brothers were killed by others, then you would definitely seek revenge at all costs. Even if you were to stand on the opposite side of the world, you wouldn't turn back for this price. If you eventually found out that it was a misunderstanding, then you would think of ways to make up for it. Even if it was painful, you would hold on. You would carry on and persevere all the way. You are such a person. Mo Tianji looked at Chu Yang. Chu Yang's heart was touched. He nodded silently. Throughout his 2 lifetimes, Mo Tianji was the one who understood Chu Yang the most. Mo Tianji understood Chu Yang better than Mo Qingguo, Meng Chaoran, Tan Tan, and even Chu Yang himself. If Du Xing had reached the final step of the Dharma Supreme, he would have simply retired and disappeared without a trace. He would have been alone for a lifetime. If it were Xia Danqiong and Ao Xiun, they would have tried their best to survive. Their choice should be similar to yours, to try their best to make up for it. However, they would still try to find us. If it were Dong Wushang and Rui Butong, they probably wouldn't have done anything. They would have simply committed suicide. Not facing all this is the simplest and least painful way. As for GMO and Luo Kadi, they wouldn't have chosen suicide. However, if they ended up like the Dharma Supreme, going crazy would be their only outcome. Lastly, it's me. Mo Tianji was deep in thought. My initial choice would probably be the same as the Dharma Supremes. Step by step, the changes would be similar. Even the final outcome. I'm afraid I would also choose what the Dharma Supreme is doing now. We are all people who use our brains to make a living. Our thinking is really similar. Mo Tianji shook his head and smiled bitterly. In the end, the Dharma Supreme and I are ultimately the same type of people. It's just that I am luckier than him, much luckier. At least, I don't have to make that kind of damned choice. Chu Yang heaved a long sigh of relief. He didn't speak, but he agreed with Mo Tianji endlessly. Thinking back to his previous life, Mo Tianji had taken revenge on him for Mo Qingguo. That was really a means of death. If one were to look at the root of it, how is it different from what the Dharma Supreme was doing now? Therefore, the Dharma Supreme is still a man in his bones. It's just that his lust for power has blinded his eyes and corrupted a hero. Mo Tianji concluded. Chu Yang nodded. Yes, it's indeed a pity, but he still has to die in the end. Yes, we must kill him. Mo Tianji was also a little disappointed. Only by dying in our hands can the Dharma Supreme be truly free. This is no longer a trick of the heavens, but a change in the situation. Only by dying can he resolve all the disputes and changes before him. Only by dying in our hands can he truly be free. The two of them looked at each other and saw the complex emotions in each other's eyes. Making friends throughout one's life. If one can find a friend like the Dharma Supreme, it's actually also a kind of luck. Chu Yang stood up and slowly walked to the window. He then said slowly, "Yes, what's wrong with sacrificing the world to avenge one's brother? What's wrong with slaughtering the common people?" Mo Tianji's voice was full of praise, vicious and merciless, and scrupulous in order to achieve one's goal. Evil as the mountain, evil as the sea. What a man of character. We often say such things and think such things. That's why it's a code of brotherhood. Mo Tianji's tone was a little sentimental. But the Dharma Supreme really did it, and it became a sin. Changes in the situation are nothing more than this. Chu Yang nodded slowly. Chapter 1658. Then, what do you think the Dharma Supreme will do next? Chu Yang asked. Mo Tianji frowned. He remained silent for a long time. Then he muttered, "I just said that he and I are very similar. I tried to make some guesses in his place, but I can't be sure. I don't dare to be sure because..." Mo Tianji wanted to say something, but he didn't say it in the end. He just sighed and said, "I hope it's not like what I guessed. Otherwise, I'm not the Dharma Supreme himself and can't be counted. Let's wait and see. If I'm not wrong, we'll have news in a day or two that night the vicinity of the capital was suddenly plunged into chaos. Chu Yang got up in the middle of the night and flew to the roof. After a while, his brothers all came up. Everyone could clearly sense that apart from the increasing noise, there was also an extremely strong smell of blood coming from all directions, and it was indeed getting worse. What exactly happened? Why is there such a change? Wu Jueqing looked into the distance. Emo Tianji was obviously touched. He looked a little regretful as he stared into the distance, speechless for a while. According to my experience, this kind of situation should be a large-scale massacre. Only then can there be such an aura. Moreover, this massacre is still ongoing. Chu Yang also sighed. The location of the massacre is very far from here, at least 1,000 miles away. If it was closer, it wouldn't be so quiet. The next day, the news came. Everyone was collectively shocked. The entire Yi clan had almost collectively gone crazy. Around them, all the affiliated clans of the Yi clan were completely massacred overnight. More than 100,000 people died overnight. In the secret chamber, everyone's faces were heavy. Yang's voice transmission jade kept reporting further news from all sides. Or it could be said that there was further bad news. The law enforcement officers suddenly launched a tyrannical attack when the clans were caught off guard. In the entire upper three heavens, an inhumane massacre was carried out, and the targets of the massacre were the big clans. Blood flowed for 1,000 miles overnight. The affiliated clans of the Shao clan were almost completely massacred. Most of the people outside were captured and killed. And this was still going on. The headquarters of the Shao clan in the southeast was also attacked by the law enforcement officers and suffered heavy losses. At present, they were still in a stalemate. The prospects were not optimistic at all. Without assistance, destruction was imminent. The Chun clan, all of its subsidiary clans, were wiped out. Their headquarters and businesses were burned down by the enforcers, directly burning down 3,000 miles of forest. The casualties of the Qin clan were even more uncountable. At present, the situation had stabilized for the time being, and they had begun to confront the law enforcement officers. However, the law enforcement officers who were continuously supporting them from all directions had also begun to gather there. The situation wasn't optimistic. The Ling family, the enforcers used a huge amount of explosives to detonate under the ice peak. Half of the Ling family's ice peak and snow mountain collapsed overnight. There were countless casualties, home attacked. Their forces were greatly reduced, and they were in a stalemate. Zhuge family, sealed. They were attacked and suffered a large number of casualties. Being attacked. Confrontation. The news that came from all directions was that they had been attacked, that there had been a large number of casualties, and that sort of negative news. The law enforcement officers had formed a huge foundation over the past 10,000 years. Last night, it was actually detonated in such a direct and unscrupulous manner. Furthermore, it was an all-around explosion that was close to indiscriminate. In these 10,000 years, how many people were there in total? This was an uncountable number. If it's only about distributing the world, then it's at the headquarters of the Great Hall. There were at least 300 branch halls, and under each branch hall, there were more than 10 branch halls. There were at least 40 to 50 people in each branch. There were about 1,000 people in each branch. In this way, there would be at least 300,000 law enforcement officers in each branch. And this was the most conservative figure that was obtained purely through calculation. There were as many as such branches under the law enforcement officers. Apart from that, there were also the various branches in the law enforcement officers' headquarters. The most conservative estimate was that there were at least 4 million people in the law enforcement officers' forces. This didn't include the hidden forces on the law enforcement officers' side, such as the Blood Payers' Hall. The forces under the Blood Payers' Hall were all wanderers in the pugilistic world. There were hundreds of thousands of them, and all of them were experts. When they gathered together to receive an emergency mission, There were even more desperados among desperados. In just one night, the entire continent had undergone an earth-shattering change. A rough estimate was that, in just one night, the number of casualties on both sides would be at least more than 1 million. In the secret chamber, the faces of Yi Qin and the others were as pale as ashes. The Dharma Supreme is definitely crazy this time. Ling Miang took a deep breath. His eyes flashed and his expression was cold. Is there a mistake somewhere? How did things suddenly develop to this stage? The Dharma Supreme has always been scheming and astute. By doing this, the losses outweigh the gains. Did something go wrong somewhere? Qin Yingfeng, the clan master of the Qin clan, knew that the truth was already clear, but he still held onto the slightest bit of hope and asked. After all, the reality was too unexpected and too cruel. This had completely exceeded the bottom line of everyone's psychological tolerance. It can't be wrong. This is the truth. And the latest news just came. The Dharma Supreme has already used the law enforcement absolute kill order. Xiao Qinyu's face was pale, and the corners of his mouth were trembling. There's a sentence in the order that goes like this: no matter the cost, no matter the means, completely wipe out the big clans. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. No matter the cost, no matter the means. What did these two sentences mean? Everyone understood too well. It meant that no matter the means, anyone could be sacrificed. Any sacrifice could be made, and any price could be paid. Even if the law enforcement officers had to be wiped out after the big clans were wiped out, it didn't matter. Anyway, as long as the big clans were completely wiped out, nothing else mattered. Dharma Supreme, you damned bastard. Xiao Qinyu finally couldn't help but roar. What kind of deep grudge does our big clans have with you? How dare you do such a vicious thing? Zhuge Sangqiong's face was gloomy. He slowly turned his head and looked at someone who hadn't spoken at all. He said indifferently, our big clans have all been attacked to varying degrees, but only one clan has not been attacked. At this juncture, I have to mention it. Everyone followed his gaze. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on one person's face, Diwu Qingru. In these few days, Diwu Qingru had put in all his effort to prepare for the Tianding Grand Meeting, especially to adjust the distribution of power among the big clans. His meticulous planning and exceptionally strong planning ability had conquered Zhuge Sangqiong on the first day. In these few days, everyone had also gotten along like fish in water. Everyone had given Diwu Qingru full trust and affirmation in his ability and capability. This allowed him to have the leeway and space to do his best. But now, in the face of this sudden change, only the Diwu clan could stay out of it. If this situation was only temporary, it would still be fine. But if it continued like this, it would eventually make everyone uncomfortable and suspicious. Zhuge Sangqiong didn't deliberately target Diwu Qingru by bringing this issue to the surface. There was no other way. He was the recognized think tank of the big clans and also where the brains were. He could only be the ugly one. Diwu Qingru's expression didn't change. He said indifferently, regarding this matter, I also don't understand the reason. However, Qingru's various plans and schemes during this period have all been seen by all of you. Whether Qingru has selfish motives or not, there will naturally be a public opinion. Yi Qin and the others were a little embarrassed. Diwu Qingru's words were very powerful. All of you have been watching me, scheming, approving, and trusting me. But now, once there is even the slightest movement, without even a conclusion about the details, you will fall out with me? This logic didn't seem to make sense anywhere, did it? If it was another time, what was the point of logic? If you were suspected, it would already be a capital offense. Even if you weren't beaten to death, you would have to be restrained first before anything else. This was the way the big clans did things in the first place. Any sprouts of negative possibilities would have to be eliminated. But now time was not on their side. The big clans had suddenly undergone a great change, and each clan's strength had been reduced by half in just a few days. If they rebelled now and targeted Diwu Chingru, the new clan leader of a new clan, it would be tantamount to breaking their own arms. The losses outweighed the gains. Perhaps this is the Dharma Supreme's attempt to sow discord? Sher Paoshao asked thoughtfully. The Sher clan was destroyed. The only surviving Sher clan ancestor. Sher Paoshao no longer had the clan's power, but also no longer had the clan's burden. At this juncture, he was the only suitable person to smooth things over. Perhaps. Yi Qinchin and the others nodded slightly, but their suspicions towards Diwu Chingru didn't dissipate at all. They really didn't dare to. Through this period of time spent with Diwu Chingru, everyone had a deep understanding of how terrifying Diwu Chingru was. If they really had an additional opponent like him, it wouldn't be just an additional blow, but a terrifying crisis that was enough to cause the complete destruction of all the big clans. However, at this moment, the communication jade lit up again. The new news stunned everyone for a moment. The newly established Diwu clan was attacked by the law enforcement officers. As the clan's experts were relatively weak, they couldn't form an effective counterbalance. The clan suffered heavy casualties. Less than 3 or 4 out of 10 experts survived. At this point, Diwu Chingru's expression finally changed greatly. Yi Qinchin and the others also changed their expressions. For a moment, the secret chamber fell into a deathly silence. Diwu Chingru flew out of the secret chamber where the clan leader was meeting. After he left, he suddenly slowed down his pace. He slowly rushed toward the encampment of the Diwu clan. His heart was in turmoil and he was full of doubts. What exactly was going on? Thinking of how the Dharma Supreme and the law enforcement officers helped the Diwu clan during the decisive battle in the northwest, and how they were now suppressing the Diwu clan, Diwu Chingru was even a little confused. Chapter 1659. Thinking about today's encounter, Diwu Chingru sighed. He already knew that these people were short-sighted and not good partners, but he never thought that they would be short-sighted to this extent. Just because his family suffered a calamity too late, he actually planned to fall out with him? They were unlucky, but it was not enough for other clans to not be unlucky, and this was because their strength was greatly reduced. If it were the same as before, they would have arrested him for the crime of colluding with the enemy. Diwu Chingru couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart when he thought of the news of his clan being attacked and the heavy losses they had suffered. Then he thought of how those people had breathed a sigh of relief. Then he thought of how they had consoled him. Walking past a remote place, Diwu Chingru instinctively felt a sense of danger. A familiar pressure surged in his heart. He stopped and turned around, saying softly, "It's you." At this moment, a figure flashed in front of him. A black figure appeared in front of Diwu Chingru. "Brother Diwu, how have you been?" Diwu Chingru looked up and could not help but smile. "Brother Chu, I knew you were coming." The person who came was naturally Chu Yang, King of Hell Chu. "How about a chat with me?" "I also have the same intention." "Very good." The two of them looked kind as they walked side by side. All along, the two of them had been mortal enemies for most of the time. However, the two of them were walking side by side today. It was an indescribable harmony. They both had a lot on their minds. They both sympathized with each other. The killing in the world was still ongoing. Chu Yang and Diwu Chingru walked quickly, avoiding others as much as possible. They rushed north like the wind. Diwu Chingru's martial strength was not among the best in the world, but he could still run wildly. Moreover, Chu Yang put one hand on his shoulder. Then he rushed out like a bolt of lightning, bringing him along. The oncoming people could only feel a gust of wind and couldn't see any shadows. The two figures had already disappeared into the distance. The mountains and the earth were left far behind by the two people who were galloping. The sound of water ahead was like thunder. In front of them was the largest river in the Chongtian continent, Ancestral Spirit River. Ancestral Spirit River, Ancestral Spirit River. You will be king for thousands of years. It nurtures living creatures from ancient times to the present. It connects the human world and the heavens. Legend has it that the ancestral spirit river has no source. No one had ever been able to find the source of the ancestral spirit river. It was this mighty river that had nourished the heavy heavens since ancient times. The ancestral spirit river had never been flooded before. The narrowest part of the river was over 1,000 feet wide. The torrent surged forward with an earth-shattering momentum. We've reached the ancestral spirit river. Chu Yang sighed. He and Diwu Qing rose streaked across the sky like meteors and landed on a big protruding rock on the riverbank. Below, the turbid waves surged to the heavens. The river flowed from the west and rolled towards the east. If it was an ordinary person, they would feel dizzy just by looking at it. If he was a little timid, he might be scared out of his wits. The ancestral spirit river is now muddy. Diwu Qin grew, gazed deeply at the river below, and couldn't help but sigh. You're wrong. Chu Yang said softly, it's not that the ancestral spirit river has become muddy. Instead, someone had made the ancestral spirit river murky. One is a natural disaster, and the other is a monster. They can't be compared. At this moment, the river suddenly stirred up another wave. The water surged up to a height of over 100 feet, and the splashes were like a big screen. Under the sunlight, the splashes reflected a magnificent brilliance. It was extremely dazzling. This is... Diwu Qingrou's eyes flashed with extreme shock. He clearly saw that the surging river was accompanied by an extremely dense blood color. He didn't notice it when they were on the river, but once it was stirred up, the faint blood red color was undoubtedly revealed. If it wasn't blood red, how could it be dazzling? Yes, it's blood. It's blood. Chu Yang's eyes were filled with pain. This ancestral spirit river, the source of life beneath the heavy heavens, has now become a river of blood, a river dyed red by blood. A river of blood, Chu Yang said with a heavy tone. Even with Diwu Qingrou's calm temperament, he couldn't help but gasp. I can also confirm that there weren't any large-scale deaths within 1,000 miles. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Diwu Qingrou's eyes were filled with shock. The hidden meaning of Chu Yang's words was too shocking, enough to make most people's hair stand on end. If there weren't any large-scale deaths within 1,000 miles, it meant that the current blood color of the river actually came from 1,000 miles away. After 1,000 miles of water change, it could still show such a bloody color. Then, how many people had died upstream? How could it have reached such a state? The two of them stared intently at the rolling river water. They saw that not long after, there were many pieces of things flowing down from above. Some of them reached the riverside and were caught by the grass and puddles by the riverside. Some of them floated and fell into the whirlpool and were sucked into the bottom of the river. But there were still many that floated down. They were some incomplete corpses, or rather, the fragments of corpses. Some had broken limbs, some didn't have heads, some had large holes in their abdomens that had already begun to rot, and some only had broken limbs, and broken heads that had long been swollen from being soaked in water. Looking as far as they could, the surface of the river was densely packed and floated down like bubbles. Chu Yang's and Diwu Qingrou's eyes were a little dazed. How shocking was this scene that could make two great heroes of the world lose their minds? The answer was right in front of them. Brother Diwu, before looking for you, I actually came here once. At that time, the river was already like this. Then I turned back to look for you. Now that I'm here again, it's still like this. And there are even more of them. Diwu Qingrou's face became even paler. Chu Yang sighed deeply. After discovering this massacre, he rushed out of the inn immediately to look for the Dharma Supreme and stop his actions. Because such a massacre was really too cruel. Too cruel. But he only found traces of the Dharma Supreme and other law enforcement officers stationed in a forest, as well as some faint aura of the existence of some extraterrestrial demons. A bigger gain was a strangely shaped head hanging on a tree. Chu Yang recognized at a glance that it was the head of the extraterrestrial demon. There was no doubt about it. The extraterrestrial demon that was previously seriously injured had already died in the hands of the Dharma Supreme. Even its head was hanging on a tree. The Dharma Supreme must have killed the extraterrestrial demon first, and then issued this cruel order to massacre the world. Then he led his men and left this place, disappearing without a trace. After that, Chu Yang and the rest searched along the way, releasing their divine senses to the limit to search everywhere, but ultimately to no avail. The Dharma Supreme and the high-level law enforcement officers under his command. It was as if they had completely disappeared from this world without a trace. But the law enforcement officers everywhere were in a state of frenzied slaughter because of the Dharma Supreme's absolute kill order. The order was not rescinded and was still resolutely carried out. Faced with such a situation, everyone was at their wits' end. Even someone as resourceful as Mo Tianji could only be at his wits' end. Even if one had 1,000 brilliant plans, they would only follow one set of rules. The law enforcement officers would only carry out the orders of the Dharma Supreme, ignoring the orders, persuasions, pleas of others. And if anyone tried to dissuade them, they would all be punished with the same crime, as long as the Dharma Supreme did not appear. This situation would continue, unless they killed them. But how many could one kill? One could kill 10, 100, 1,000, even 10,000. But there would be even more law enforcement officers standing out. All the law enforcement officers in the world had gone crazy. It was really too much to kill. If one could kill on this side, they could kill on the other side. But the whole world was in turmoil. Could one kill all of them? The extraterrestrial demon tribulation. The end of the world is coming. Diwu Qingruo's lips were actually trembling. Diwu Qingru had never lost confidence. But this time, the situation today made him lose confidence for the first time in his life. In this short period of time, the number of mutilated corpses and broken limbs floating down from the upper reaches had already reached tens of thousands. This did not include those that had sunk along the way, nor did it include those that had stopped. Just counting those that had completely relied on luck and drifted down with the waves, there were already so many. Then, how many people had died? How many people had died up till now? That was a huge number that one did not even dare to think about. It might even be a stroke of fate. After this, how many more people would die? How many people would be sacrificed in the end because of this great calamity? It was definitely a shocking number that would make one's hair stand on end just thinking about it. I've studied some of these corpses before. On all of them, there were traces of martial arts training. Moreover, although many of the corpses had died long ago, there was still some saint-level essence left in them that had not completely disappeared. Chu Yang said, "So we can conclude that these dead people were all martial artists. Moreover, there were quite a number of saint-level experts among them. Some of them had tattered clothes hanging on them. We can still tell where these people belonged when they were alive. Most of them were from big clans. As for the rest, they were all law enforcement officers." Chu Yang said, "Now, the law enforcement officers of the whole world have already started a war in the martial arts world. It seems that as long as there are corpses, they will be thrown into the river. This river has now been renamed by people. It is now called Blood River." According to Tianji's estimation, up till now, just the number of corpses of martial artists who have been thrown into this river alone has exceeded at least 100,000. More than 100,000 martial artists have all been buried in this river, and only up till now. Diwu Qingru took in a long breath. For a moment, he only felt his heart full of shock. It seemed that he had never felt such a series of shocks in his life as today. Just in this river alone, there were already more than 100,000 martial artists. Then, how many were there that were not near the river? At present, we have encountered a problem. The Dharma Supreme has started the battle of extermination. Then, after careful consideration, I realized that there was no way to solve this problem at all. This is really digging a hole and burying myself in it. Endless headache. Chapter 1660. Diwu Chingru had already heard about the crazy behavior of the law enforcement officers under the Dharma Supreme. But hearing about it was one thing, but seeing it with one's own eyes was a far cry from seeing it with one's own eyes. These people aren't ordinary people. Each one of them is at least an emperor-level expert. Emperor-level experts. I used to fight with Chu Yang in the lower three heavens. So, the appearance of an emperor-level expert can determine the rise and fall of the imperial court. But here, they were like rotten cabbages that were casually killed, casually thrown away, and casually thrown away. The lives of these so-called experts had already become as cheap as grass in this upper three heavens continent where war raged everywhere. Maybe it's just like what I said just now, the heavenly demon catastrophe. The doomsday battle is coming. Chu Yang sighed deeply. At this moment, Chu Yang couldn't help but feel a little regretful. That day, Wu Jueqing had asked him if he should tell the Dharma Supreme about what happened back then. Even though Chu Yang had made it clear that he was against it, he didn't strictly prohibit it. And at that time, he was only worried about Wu Jueqing's safety and whether he would be deceived. He didn't really consider the Dharma Supreme's attitude and the possible changes that might have happened. If he had known, Chu Yang would have rather kept this secret to himself forever. Now, after Wu Jueqing blurted it out, the Dharma Supreme was actually so agitated after knowing the truth. Because of the extreme agitation of this matter, the Dharma Supreme actually launched the doomsday battle without any warning. The doomsday catastrophe. Chu Yang let out a long sigh in his heart. This was Diwu Chochang venting, and also his last big move. Such hysteria, such madness, But it was undeniable that there was a very subtle meaning in it. He was actually helping himself, helping tribulation. Helping tribulation complete the replacement of the old era with the new as soon as possible. This was something Chu Yang couldn't deny. But such help made Chu Yang's heart tremble. Maybe he was using this method to announce the complete destruction of Diwu Chochang, and also using this method to remember his brothers? Or maybe he was compensating himself for what he owed tribulation in the past 10,000 years. After all, the tribulation swordmaster was now the enemy of the whole world. The difficult situation was caused by the Dharma Supreme's deliberate planning. Even the greatest helper of the master of tribulation's sword, the law enforcement officers, had been turned into the Dharma Supreme's greatest enemy. If he were to change it again and call it helping the tribulation sword master, the Dharma Supreme would never do such a thing. Therefore, he could only walk this path to the end. And now the Dharma Supreme, making use of the law enforcement officers to eliminate all the living forces of the big clans regardless of the cost and consequences, was like using a spear to attack a shield. In the end, the most likely outcome was that both sides would suffer. Even if the law enforcement officers were lucky enough to win in the end, they would suffer heavy losses. In the end, the law enforcement officers on the Dharma Supreme side would definitely engage in a head-on battle with Chu Yang and tribulation under the Dharma Supreme's stubbornness. In the end, all of them would be destroyed in the hands of Chu Yang, the master of tribulation's sword, including the Dharma Supreme himself. This was the final madness of the Dharma Supreme, the battle of doomsday. I single-handedly established the order of this world. He had built up such a huge force with the intention of going against the tribulation swordmaster. But I realized that I was wrong, so I decided to destroy everything that I had built. No matter how many people I have to kill, regardless of whether these people were innocent or deserved it, that has nothing to do with me. I just want to do my own thing. I only want the final result to be what I want. This extremely arrogant think tank of his generation. All of his plans. Since ancient times, for hundreds of thousands of years, the law enforcement officers' forces had never been as strong as they were now. The law enforcement officers were originally hegemonic machines that stabilized the power of the heavens, under the wise leadership of the Dharma Supreme. This generation's think tank they had developed rapidly in the past 10,000 years. Not only had the number of law enforcement halls increased by dozens of times, but they had also developed a powerful assassin organization. the blood payers of the law enforcement officers. These people had been relying on money for a long time and had already formed a habit formed in order to survive. Once the law enforcement officers gave an order and offered a reward, they would subconsciously carry it out. Because if they did not carry it out, there would be no food to eat, no shelter, no cultivation resources, in short, there would be no need for survival. Do not underestimate this force. The concealment and power of this force was definitely not something that anyone could ignore. There were many people from big clans who were having a meal with a friend the day before. But the next day, after the blood payers of the law enforcement officers issued a reward, their heads were hung on the waistband of this friend, and they went forward to receive the reward. Everything happened too suddenly and too unexpectedly. It's too sudden and too unexpected. Diwu Qingrou's expression was complicated and shocked. The actions of the Dharma Supreme are completely inhumane and heartless. He is completely deranged from head to toe. He wants to destroy the martial arts foundation of the heavens continent for hundreds of thousands of years. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. If not for the fact that this was the case, why would they spend so much effort to search for the whereabouts of the Dharma Supreme? That's right. The Dharma Supreme's actions this time are really deranged and have made us very passive. A white shadow flashed, and Mo Tianji appeared behind the two of them. His handsome face was full of a bitter smile. This time, I came to look for Brother Diwu to discuss this. Although we had the intention to join forces previously, it was far from the time to do so. But this time, we have to join forces to resist the Dharma Supreme. Otherwise, the heavens continent will be completely destroyed by him. Mo Tianji shook his head and smiled bitterly. He is indeed the think tank of tribulation back then. This action is really vicious. No matter how we deal with it, I'm afraid it will be within the Dharma Supreme's plan. No matter how we react to him, it may be considered as cooperating. So it's really difficult. Of course, Diwu Qingru could recognize Mo Tianji, the military advisor of this generation. However, the two of them didn't even have time to exchange greetings before they frowned at the same time. Chu Yang, Mo Tianji, and Diwu Qingru. If others saw this, they wouldn't believe it even if they went crazy. These three people actually gathered together to discuss matters one day and were even at their wits' end. This was really like seeing a ghost. These three people joined forces to study how to deal with one person, yet they were still at their wits' end. This was even rarer than seeing a ghost. But such a rare thing happened just like that, and it happened almost without any warning. Previously, Mo Tianji had put himself in the Dharma Supreme's shoes and thought about it, but this was the conclusion he came to. It was exactly the same as what the Dharma Supreme was doing now: destroy the world. Since I've already reached this stage, I have no other choice. Since I was wrong, then let me make my mistake even more thorough. Let me be the one to blame for all the sins. Let me be consigned to eternal damnation. When Mo Tianji first told Chu Yang about this conjecture, Chu Yang was drenched in cold sweat and prayed from the bottom of his heart that this wasn't the case. But just after midnight, this situation completely happened. The Dharma Supreme and Mo Tianji were the brains of this tribulation. Their high intelligence was unparalleled in the world. Faced with such a situation, the decision they made was actually the same. It was terrifying to the extreme. Mo Tianji briefed Diwu Qingru about the series of unforeseen events that had happened in the recent days. Then he and the other two looked at the surging river water and the piles of floating corpses under their feet. They heaved a long sigh. The current situation was really so bad that it was unimaginable. According to my estimation, after this incident, the survival rate of high-level heavenly layer martial artists is definitely less than 1% of the original peak, or even less. Chu Yang sighed. This is a catastrophe for heavenly layer martial artists. And it's a catastrophe that we have no choice but to participate in. Mo Tianji's expression was heavy as he smiled bitterly. If we don't try our best to stop it, after the Dharma Supreme has killed all the people he wants to kill. He will still come to us for a battle to the death. If we stop it, it may be what the Dharma Supreme wants. He doesn't want the force of the law enforcement officers to continue existing. Once we take action, we will be participating in the killing. And no matter how many we kill, the Dharma Supreme won't care. He will only follow his set goal and original plan, all the way until there is no one around him that he can use and his own people are all dead. Or, all the people he wants to kill are all dead. This is a dead end. No matter which way we go, it's a dead end. No matter what we do, the final result is that the Dharma Supreme's actions this time will be a complete cleansing of the entire world. And we have no choice but to participate and stop it. Even though this is a futile effort, we still have to work hard in vain. These three men who are already standing at the peak of the upper three heavens and even the entire heavenly layer sat together and had a headache. It had to be said that under this sky, something that could cause such a headache to the three of them should not exist. Logically speaking, it should not appear. It did not seem to exist at all. But now, the Dharma Supreme didn't use any profound wisdom at all. He only used the most barbaric and primitive method of suppression. A normal person in power would definitely not use such a crazy tactic. It was beyond the level of harming the enemy by 1,000 and harming 800 of his own people. If it wasn't for the fact that the law enforcement officers were extremely powerful, the casualty rate would definitely be reduced. This was because the law enforcement officers were almost equivalent to making the entire upper three heavens and all the aristocratic families their enemy. This extremely simple yet extremely brutal tactic made the three of them completely helpless. Join the battle? The first question to consider was actually who to help. From a moral point of view, they should help the big clans. However, a considerable part of the reason why the Dharma Supreme started the battle to destroy the world was to facilitate Tribulation's reorganization of the forces and order. At this juncture, if Tribulation were to help the big clans instead, he wouldn't be able to accept it psychologically. Chapter 16:61. Furthermore, although the strength of the brothers had already reached the peak of the heavenly layer, in terms of prestige and power, they were still not enough. Even their actions were not enough. Then, to help the Dharma Supreme deal with the big clans and hasten the end of the catastrophe, that was even more impossible. No matter what the Dharma Supreme's current motive was, or what his stance was, his identity as the successor of the heavenly demon had already defined him. Not to mention, after the big clans were annihilated, there was still the final battle with the Dharma Supreme. To help the enemy deal with their own allies and then fight the enemy, wasn't that foolish? All in all, they were in a dilemma. In such a situation, what should we do? If Chu Yang wasn't beside him, even he himself wouldn't believe that the words, "what should we do?" would actually come out of Diwu Qingrou's mouth. Almost the wisest person in the world would actually ask the words, "What should we do?" to someone else. Mo. Tianji laughed bitterly. The best way to stop an action is to target the weakness. If the Dharma Supreme still has any misgivings or weaknesses, then no matter what, we can use targeted strategies to stop him. But now he doesn't care about anything. This is the real problem that is hard to solve. As the saying goes, one can be strong without desires. It's hard to deal with. Chu Yang stared at the endless stream of corpses floating over the river surface. He said softly, "Duxing and the rest are now trying to contact the law enforcement officers to clarify the facts and set things right. However, the Dharma Supreme is the longest-serving Dharma Supreme in the history of law enforcement officers. He is the most capable and has the highest prestige. He is also the one who is the most united. For the time being, no one will listen to us at all. This is also a headache. Not only that. In fact, it's not just Duxing and the rest. As long as anyone speaks ill of the Dharma Supreme, the law enforcement officers will immediately fight you to the death, playing with your life." Mo. Tianji laughed bitterly. "Even if you produce evidence, you will be forcefully overthrown. The law enforcement officers will not allow anyone to speak ill of the Dharma Supreme. The Dharma Supreme's orders are the supreme orders. Once he says it, the law will follow. Orders will be strictly enforced. Nothing more than that. Diwu Qingru frowned and then laughed bitterly again. He sighed. I have to admit that one person, to be able to have such prestige, one can really be considered to have reached the peak of one's life. I don't know if there will be a day when I will be like the Dharma Supreme. I believe that this achievement is definitely the dream of any person in power. For the Dharma Supreme to be able to achieve what he has today, it is also due to his painstaking efforts over the past 10,000 years. It is truly not easy to come by. I really don't understand why he would undergo such a shocking change. Why would he suddenly go berserk? Even if he was demonized, there should still be a process, right? This kind of madness without any warning is really inconceivable. There was admiration in Diwu Qingru's voice, but there was also a sigh. You are a beautiful woman, but why did you become a thief? Indeed, if one had reached the Dharma Supreme's level in life, one would still be able to do such a thing. It was tantamount to personally overturning all of his previous achievements, turning him from a hero and leader of mankind into a sinner of mankind. Such a change, this was an extremely unthinkable thing, and no one with half a brain would do such a thing. Yet the Dharma Supreme had done it. This person, who was almost the wisest and most far-sighted person in the world, had done the most unwise thing, using the most unredeemable and hysterical method. Diwu Qingru's voice was mixed with deep regret and melancholy. Not everyone could achieve such an achievement. Since ancient times, there had only been one such Dharma Supreme among the trillions of people. Diwu Qingru had never been one to belittle himself, but he knew that even if he was given 10,000 years, he might not be able to achieve what the Dharma Supreme had achieved today. Yet it was this person who had done such a self-destructive thing. Wasn't it such a pity? Chu Yang pondered for a moment before he said, Brother Diwu, since we are all sitting together to discuss matters today, it would seem a little inappropriate of me to hide some things from you. To tell you the true identity of the Dharma Supreme is actually somewhat related to your Diwu clan. Don't go on. Diwu Qingru raised his hand decisively to stop Chu Yang from going on. There was a trace of heartfelt pain in his expression. He said sadly, I know what you want to say. I have long guessed it, just that I didn't want to make it clear. He heaved a long sigh. Back in the Northwest, when the Dharma Supreme sent law enforcement officers to assist me, I already had a feeling. All along I had been guessing. Then I finally confirmed that the Dharma Supreme must be related to my Diwu clan, and the relationship is not shallow. I believe that even if he is not an ancestor or elder of the Diwu clan, he must be a friend or brother of the Diwu clan's ancestor, the kind of brother that he can entrust his life to. Diwu Qingru smiled bitterly and looked at Chu Yang and Mo Tianji. For example, your brother Jia. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji looked at each other, their hearts full of heartfelt admiration. He was indeed Diwu Qingru. His brain was really frightening. No one had mentioned anything to him, but he could point out this point acutely. The only question is that the Dharma Supreme's name is Dongfang Badeo. He shouldn't be an ancestor of the Diwu clan. According to my investigation, he doesn't seem to have much contact with any ancestor of the Diwu clan. As for the deeper level, if he is really an ancestor of the Diwu clan, then his schemes or whatever he has done, I don't want to know, not at all. If he is not an ancestor of the Diwu clan and is a brother or friend of an ancestor, I also don't want to know. Diwu Qingru was silent for a moment. Then he said softly, the Dharma Supreme is now standing on the opposite side of the entire human race and has dragged all the heroes into the great melting pot that is the martial world. As a human, I am already destined not to be able to coexist with him in this world. Since that is the case, then don't ruin the image in my heart anymore. Besides, I can also pretend to be confused and reject that sense of guilt. Mo, Tianji, and Chu Yang clapped their hands and smiled at the same time. Brother Diwu, you are indeed honest enough. Diwu Qingrou's statement was undoubtedly an evasion. However, his evasion now was because of his insistence that his heart belonged to the human race. Diwu Qingrou could do anything for his own purpose, but he would never be as crazy as the Dharma Supreme. Diwu Qingrou's smile was a little bitter. I am not being honest. To a large extent, I am doing this to protect myself and the new Diwu clan. If the Dharma Supreme is really related to the Diwu clan, then the Diwu clan would have been razed to the ground at the first moment. Previously, when all the clans were attacking, only the attack on the Diwu clan was delayed by a beat. I already felt that there was something wrong. Fortunately, we were still attacked later on. If not for the attack at midnight, I may not have had the chance to come out of the Yi clan alive. The people of the big clans are already in a state of panic now. Any bit of suspicion is enough to make them take action. It is also very hard to blame them for this. Xu Yang pondered and said, Just now I thought for a long time. If we want to stop the Dharma Supreme's crazy actions, perhaps there is only one way, and that is to start from the Dharma Supreme himself. Mo Tianji and Diwu Qingrou smiled bitterly at the same time. How could they not have thought of the idea that Xu Yang had thought of? However, the crux of the problem was that they could not find any trace of the Dharma Supreme at all. So how could they start from the Dharma Supreme himself? As long as the Dharma Supreme is killed, the law enforcement officers will be leaderless and the catastrophe may be averted. As Xu Yang spoke, he also smiled bitterly and rejected this idea himself. Sino, I have thought too simply. Even if we kill the Dharma Supreme, it will not work. It may even... Mo Tianji smiled bitterly. It is not a possibility. It will definitely happen. If we kill the Dharma Supreme at this juncture, then this order will become the Dharma Supreme's last wish. Even if the law enforcement officers collectively put their lives on the line, they will also do their best to complete it. Moreover, without the highest restriction of the Dharma Supreme, the law enforcement officers will truly become the source of disaster and chaos. It is bound to cause endless trouble. Even if it lasts for hundreds or thousands of years, that is also not impossible. A crazy plan formulated by such a superwise person is simply unsolvable. It won't work, it won't work. Suddenly, the eyes of the three lit up at the same time. They said at the same time, Perhaps there is another way we can try. Then the three sighed at the same time. It is just that the big clans may not agree. Obviously, the three of them had thought of the same idea. If we can let the big clans gather all their strength, abandon their existing foundations and gather all their manpower in one place, completely ignoring everything else and letting them do as they please, just waiting for the final battle of the Tianding flourishing meeting, then we can avoid a considerable amount of losses. However, in that case, the big clan's foundations will be completely abandoned, and many of their family members will also have to be sacrificed. The place where they gather can be fine, but the other foundations are destined to be destroyed. They will definitely not do that. The three of them smiled bitterly at the same time, at their wits' end. They actually had a way, but there was no way to put it to use. Xu Yang was silent for a moment. Then he said, Right now, the Dharma Supreme is relying on the prestige that he has accumulated over 10,000 years and unparalleled wisdom to start this world-ending battle. If we want to stop it directly, I'm afraid it is completely impossible. But no matter what, we can't just stand by and do nothing. Even if it's a futile effort, we still have to try our best. If we can reduce the harm by even a little bit, then that's a little bit. This is the only thing we can do at the moment. Mo Tianji and Diwu Qingrou trembled inexplicably. Both of them were top-notch, wise people who were used to looking at the big picture. In their eyes, sacrifice in the ordinary sense was nothing more than that. Sacrificing 1,000 people and sacrificing 10,000 people were all sacrifices. It was just a number. To them, there was almost no difference. However, Chu Yang's words gave rise to a strange feeling in the hearts of both of them. Perhaps this was why Chu Yang was the tribulation swordmaster and why he was different from the rest. Was it heroism? No, definitely not. This was just a kind of aura that Chuyang himself had, knowing that it was impossible, but still doing it. Chapter 1662. Just now, Diwu Qingru and Mo Tianji's minds were constantly circling, calculating the Dharma Supreme's crazy move this time, thinking about how to break the situation and how to break the plan. The more they thought about it, the more helpless they were, because no matter what they did, the result was exactly what the Dharma Supreme wanted to see. Any reaction would only speed up the process of the apocalypse. Therefore, the two of them were already somewhat depressed, even lost. This was perhaps the common problem of people who were good at scheming and scheming. Once they realized that the other party's strategy could not break the situation, they would think of giving up. This round was destined to be a loss. They could just take it back in the next round. As for the current round, they would not waste any more resources on it, because it was already destined to be a futile effort. What was the point of wasting that effort and resources? The two of them had actually already decided to give up in their hearts. However, Chuyang appeared out of nowhere at this time and said so rudely, "Even if it's a futile effort, we have to try hard. If we can reduce the harm by a little bit, it's a little bit." This sentence did not have any aura or sharpness, but it showed the most primitive and fundamental persistence as a human. When facing an enemy that was too strong and could not be matched at all, so what? It was just a battle. Even if they knew that they would die, even if they knew that they would lose, so what? They could only fight. Demons wreaked havoc on the human world, and the human world withered. Even if they knew that there was little hope, they still had to try hard. Even if they could not reverse the situation and the outcome was already decided, they still had to try their best, do everything possible, use all their abilities, effort and efforts to reduce the degree of damage. That was all. Without Mo Tianji and Diwu Qingru, Chuyang could still devise strategies. Without the two of them, Chuyang could still win 1,000 miles away. Without a military advisor, Chuyang was still Chuyang. Otherwise, where would Minister Chu come from? Mo Tianji and Diwu Qingru's positions were military advisors, wise men. But Chuyang took care of both. I'm a wise man and a warrior. I can be a military advisor and a vanguard. I'm a marshal and a soldier at the same time. When facing an enemy, a warrior could only respond in a warrior's way. That was to fight, no matter what the final outcome was. The most important thing was to fight with all their might. Okay, Mo Tianji and Diwu Qingru said in unison. Since they had made up, there was no need to hesitate. There was no need to hesitate. Chuyang made a prompt decision and decided on the next course of action. Originally, he planned to let the two think tanks come up with some ideas and formulate some targeted strategies. However, he didn't expect that the two wise men would give up. Now only his big bro was left. Brother Diwu, after you go back this time, you'll have to face the consequences. Immediately inform the major families of the current situation, and then propose a way to gather as many troops as possible. Chuyang pondered for a moment. Let's proceed according to the previous plan. As for what they plan to do, it's up to them. Anyway, the fate of the big clans has already been decided. There's still a chance of survival if they fight. That is, the great clans deserve to be destroyed. Diwu Qingru nodded to show that he understood. Tianji, after your return, immediately arrange for everyone to split up and try their best. Let's see if we can find the Dharma Supreme. Chuyang's face was somewhat gloomy. This was something that could not be helped. Even though they knew that the chances of finding the Dharma Supreme were extremely slim, they still had to try their best to find him, hoping for a fluke. Just in case, it was because they wanted to eliminate this calamity. There was only one way. However, everyone knew about this method, but no one said it out loud, because it was impossible. The only way was for the Dharma Supreme to give the order to give up on this mission. However, even if they found the Dharma Supreme and captured him, would he give such an order? It was absolutely impossible. Now, there are actually more and more corpses in the ancestral spirit river. On the surface of the river, Swarms of flies were attracted by the increasingly strong smell of blood. In addition, there were also countless mosquitoes and other insects. No one knew where these things came from. Once the smell of blood spread out, they instantly swarmed over. A faint stench permeated the entire river. I'll deal with Jiang's body here. Otherwise, I'm afraid a world-ending plague will start from this river. The life river of the double heavens can't be turned into a poisonous river. If that happens, I'm afraid there will be no one in the entire double heavens. Mo Tianji and Diwu Qing Ro nodded solemnly. In fact, Chu Yang's statement was still rather conservative. With such a large number of corpses, if no one dealt with them, the consequences would really be unimaginable. Once the plague spread, it would be like a prairie fire. Especially now that the source of the plague was in the ancestral spirit river, the consequences would definitely be more far-reaching. Tianji, remember to inform Elder Wu and Lu, and ask them to come over and help. After all, they're the experts in this aspect. I'll be in charge of gathering the corpses, and they'll be in charge of the follow-up work. Also, those from the big clans and the capital city who can be mobilized should all join in. When Chu Yang finished speaking, he let out a long roar and soared into the air, rushing straight down the river. Mo Tianji and Diwu Qing Ro cupped their hands and bade farewell. One on the left and one on the right, they quickly disappeared into the distance. Chu Yang let out a loud shout. The river water within a radius of 100 miles churned almost simultaneously. The countless floating corpses in the river were pulled out of the river water one after another as if they were pulled by an invisible hand. They fell pitter-patter onto the river bank. In just a moment, they had already piled up into a mountain of corpses. Chu Yang didn't delay. Spreading his arms, he quickly flew upstream along the river. He had just cleared a good 50 miles of the river, but he had only flown less than 70 miles when another dense group of floating corpses came over. The river water flowed down at an extremely fast speed to begin with. Now that a large number of corpses had left downstream, the river flowed even faster. The corpses upstream naturally sped up and rushed down. Chu Yang moved again. Another large pile of corpses stood tall on the bank. Then he continued to move forward as if he was flying. Not far away, there were already large piles of corpses piled up high. In just a short time, there were already 20 to 30 piles of corpses standing tall. Chu Yang let out a long sigh. Just in this short period of time, the number of corpses that had passed through his hands had already exceeded 10,000. Looking over, the river water was still surging, and there were still countless corpses floating over. Downstream, Wu Jueqing and Chu Lu had also arrived. From downstream, they started to deal with the corpses. Puffs of decaying poison mixed with invisible poison were released. Piles of corpses began to melt and disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye. Putrid smells rose into the sky and were immediately blown away by the strong wind. The poison of rotting corpses was the source of the plague in the first place. It was also the essence of the plague virus extracted from a large number of rotting corpses. Under Wu Jueqing's unparalleled skill in using poison, he had turned the poison of rotting corpses into the best medicine to eliminate the plague. The legendary fighting poison with poison. The real version of the scene. The most ideal was that they would never have to worry about a lack of raw materials and could recycle them over and over again. Further downstream, there were already people who had begun to salvage the corpses and cremate them. Those were the people from the big clans who had begun to move. Those with a discerning, I could also see the potential seriousness of the matter now. More and more people joined in. In the end, it was no longer limited to the people from the big clans. Many benevolent and righteous martial artists also joined in. And these martial artists who joined in actually avoided death due to their unintentional acts of righteousness, because the law enforcement officers could lay their hands on anyone, but to these people who were dealing with the corpses, even if they were from the big clans, they wouldn't touch them. Such a strange action made the hearts of Mo Tianji and the others even heavier, because this was definitely an order from the Dharma Supreme. As Chu Yang moved forward, he sped up the process of dealing with the corpses. At the same time, he constantly used his divine senses to detect the source of the battle. Along the way, he had already discovered no less than 7 or 8 battlefields where battles had taken place. He also cleaned them up one by one. But there were basically no living people left in these battlefields. If he wanted to find traces of the higher-ups of the law enforcement officers, he directly disappeared without a trace. His journey was fleeting, and he had already traveled thousands of miles. He moved forward rapidly. Finally, he heard the faint sounds of battle coming from ahead. Since there were still battles, it meant that there were living people or traces of the higher-ups of the law enforcement officers. Chu Yang was energized. He instantly increased his speed and leaped forward like a gust of wind. He saw that there were 2 groups of people fighting each other by the river in front of him. The fight was extremely intense. On one side, there were experts from the law enforcement officers. As for the other side, everyone was dressed in black. They were from the Yi clan. Stop! Chu Yang descended from the sky. It's the Tribulation Sword Master. Retreat. At the command of the leader of the law enforcement officers, everyone actually abandoned their opponents and hurriedly retreated without looking back. Chu Yang was furious. He flew high up in the air and kicked one of them. Then he waved his hands wildly and hit the last few people. They staggered and fell down. However, the people in front of him had already entered the forest. The branches swayed for a while and there was no more movement. Where is the Dharma Supreme now? Chu Yang didn't have time to exchange pleasantries with those from the Yi clan whom he had saved. He lifted up the law enforcement officer at his feet and asked hurriedly, "Are you looking for the Dharma Supreme?" A strange smile appeared on that law enforcement officer's face. He said, "Come with me." As he spoke, a trace of black blood suddenly flowed from the corner of his mouth. Then his body slowly went limp. He actually chose to sever his own heart meridians at the first moment. He was already completely dead. There was still an extremely strange smile on his face. A few hoarse and tragic laughs sounded. The other law enforcement officers who were restrained by Chu Yang also severed their own heart meridians and died at the same time. Poof! Chu Yang let go of his hand. The corpses fell to the ground and rolled for a while. They looked up at the sky with a strange smile on their faces. Their eyes, which were like dead fish, were wide open and emitted a faint color. These law enforcement officers ran away the moment they saw Chu Yang and committed suicide the moment they were caught. They were actually so straightforward. But it was this kind of straightforwardness that made Chu Yang feel an indescribable fear. Yes, it was fear. Even Chu Yang felt fear. If every law enforcement officer was like this, then how could this catastrophe be avoided? Because no matter how many high-level law enforcement officers you found, you wouldn't be able to find the Dharma Supreme by following the clues. If the source wasn't eliminated, the catastrophe would not be averted. Chapter 1663. Thank you, Tribulation Sword Master, for saving our lives. The leading expert of the Yi clan was already covered in wounds. He looked at Chu Yang with a complicated gaze. These people were the members of the Yi clan who had been stationed outside. More than 300 of them had rushed back, but there were less than 30 of them left after this battle. In fact, they would have become part of the pile of corpses by the riverside if Chu Yang hadn't arrived in time. In fact, none of them would have been spared more than 10 days ago. They received the order to rush back to deal with the Tribulation Sword Master. But this time, at the critical moment of life and death, they were saved by the Tribulation Sword Master. This was really... Although he already knew about the huge changes in this incident on the way here, when it really came down to it, he still had mixed feelings. You should go back quickly. If you see any corpses along the way, dispose of them if you can. Bury them if you can. Don't throw the corpses into the river. You must remember this. Chu Yang waved his hand and shot away without looking back. Along the way, they went through several fights. However, all the law enforcement officers immediately dispersed when they saw Chu Yang. They absolutely didn't want to fight with Chu Yang head-on. They changed places and continued to attack. As for those who didn't run away or were caught by Chu Yang, they also went on their way. The road to the netherworld. Chu Yang had killed many law enforcement officers along the way. But in the face of the world, it was still a drop in the bucket. He was really at his wit's end. When he really did it, it was really troublesome. Unexpectedly, there was a gust of wind behind him. It was Wu Jueqing, his white robe fluttering in the air. Most of the corpses have been disposed of, but those that aren't in sight are beyond our reach. Wu Jueqing sighed. Such madness. The Dharma Supreme is definitely crazy. How could he do it? I really don't know what he's thinking. Chu Lu'er's face was pale. She bent over and vomited. She was still a little girl. Although her talent and intelligence were far superior to ordinary people, when she saw so many corpses and had to deal with them personally, Chu Lu was already holding on. It would have been better if she hadn't seen Chu Yang. But the moment she saw her brother here, a sense of dependence welled up in her heart. She couldn't suppress the feeling of disgust in her heart and immediately vomited. Chu Yang patted Chu Lu'er's back considerately. At the same time, he said to Wu Jueqing, "But since things have already developed to this stage, we can only go with the flow. Senior Wu is a capable person, so I'll have to trouble you. Rob the world. This is something that cannot be shirked from in the first place. Even though it's already a thing of the past, my heart is still the same," said Wu Jueqing. Then he looked at Chu Lu'er with pity. Wu Jueqing said, "Let this old man handle this matter on his own." Downstream, there were already members of the Yi clan who were using the corpse decomposing powder to dispose of the corpses. Let Lu'er rest for a while. She's still a little girl after all. Even without her help, it won't take too much time. No, I want to go. Chu Lu'er said stubbornly. Although the little girl's body was weak from vomiting, and she was leaning on Chu Yang's body, she still insisted on participating in the operation. "Senior, I think we should let Lu'er go too." Chu Yang's heart ached a little, but he still said resolutely, "We're all children of the martial world. We'll have to face these things sooner or later. Now that we're at the juncture of the demonic tribulation, any bit of help is needed. I believe that Lu'er's help is definitely not to be ignored." Wu Jueqing sighed. As Chu Lu'er's teacher, how could he not know his disciple's ability? But he really couldn't bear to let this little girl face such a cruel reality too much. Although the Dharma Supreme has made up his mind to cleanse the entire heavenly layer, his original intention is probably not to destroy the entire heavenly layer. The main reason why he gave the order to only kill people and not dispose of the corpses is probably to use this method to tie us down. Now, it seems that this move of his is very effective. Chu Yang said, "Because of this move, we have no choice but to do as he says. Otherwise, the plague will rise within 3 days at the latest. Once the plague appears, it may sweep through the entire continent within a few days. If the entire heavenly layer is engulfed in a large-scale plague, then that will be the real doomsday for mankind. Then everything will really be over. Yes, it's precisely because we thought of this that it's especially suffocating." There was fury and regret in Wu Jueqing's eyes. The reason why he gathered most of the corpses in this ancestral spirit river is probably because of this. It's easier for us to clean up. This bastard has really thought of everything. I don't think I'm as intelligent as him either. He's really fucking worthy of being Tribulation's brains back then. I can't help but admire him. Both of them sighed at the same time. According to the latest news, the big clans have already sent out orders. On one hand, the big clans are stopping the law enforcement officers from doing evil. On the other hand, they are calling for the world to dispose of the corpses properly. On the other hand, the law enforcement officers are not making things difficult for those who dispose of the corpses. This news undoubtedly exposed the Dharma Supreme's motive even more. But even though the Dharma Supreme's motive has been completely exposed, He doesn't care about it at all. This is no longer a conspiracy, but an open conspiracy. An open conspiracy that we have no choice but to accept. Chu Yang smashed his fist on the ground. One had to admit that the Dharma Supreme's open intentions were even more difficult to deal with, or even impossible to deal with, and they could only deal with it passively. It was as if they had to do whatever the Dharma Supreme asked them to do. The more outstanding a person was, the more difficult it was to guard against them once they did evil. They even had to help them in their actions, even if they didn't want to, because even if they stopped him, they would also be helping him. This was what gave them a huge headache. The discussion between the three of them could also be considered as a short break. Then they went their separate ways. This time, Chulu also had to act on her own. After all, the area was too big. If they could move in one more direction, they would have more strength. On the other hand, people from the big clans had also started to move around to dispose of the corpses. However, most of the experts were gathering at the same place. Flames of war were rising everywhere in the world. Gu Duxing and the rest split into two directions and charged out. On one hand, they were disposing of the corpses to prevent the appearance of a plague, and on the other hand, they were searching for traces of the higher-ups of the law enforcement officers. However, the situation they encountered was exactly the same as Chu Yang and the rest. As long as the kidnappers appeared, the law enforcement officers would immediately leave. Even if it meant giving them a few lives, they would immediately leave without a trace. As for those law enforcement officers who were caught, when they saw that there was no hope of escaping, they all committed suicide at once. They didn't even give you a chance to ask questions. It was just that straightforward. This kind of thing made Gu Duxing and the others feel aggrieved, depressed, sad, and regretful. The martial world was already extremely chaotic at this moment. North of the capital, beside the official road. It was right beside the dense forest where Chu Yang and Yi Zue had fought previously. Yu Lingxue, who was dressed in clothes whiter than snow, no longer had his usual handsome and suave look. With a face full of rage, he suppressed dozens of law enforcement officers. "Speak! Where is the Dharma Supreme?" In front of him, just his surging aura alone was enough to make these law enforcement experts not dare to move at all. Yu Lingxue had not truly been so furious for 10,000 years. The power of his fury at this moment was simply earth-shattering. The leader of the law enforcement officers laughed bitterly. "Master Yu, you really shouldn't be asking me about this. It's not like you don't know what kind of organization we law enforcement officers are. It's also not like you don't know what kind of person the Dharma Supreme is. It's also futile for you to ask me. Why waste that energy? Just give me a quick death. It won't waste your time and won't delay my journey." Smack! Yu Lingxue slapped him on the face and said furiously, "Why would that bastard make such a crazy decision? Why? Tell me." That person laughed and said, "Master Yu, the Dharma Supreme's orders are law in this world. No one can disobey. Whoever dares to disobey, we brothers will chop him up. Whatever the Dharma Supreme says we will do, not to mention killing a few people, even if it's to destroy this world. As long as the Dharma Supreme says it, there must be a reason. We will do it. There's no need for so many whys. Do we still need to repeatedly explain such a simple principle?" Yu Lingxue was so angry that he was trembling all over. He shouted hoarsely, "Nonsense, it's fine if you bastards kill people from big clans. But why do you even want to kill those innocent martial artists? It's fine if you kill them, but why do you have to leave corpses all over the place and not even bother to clean up? Do you know what will become of this continent if this goes on?" He roared angrily. "Law enforcement officers have protected the world for 100,000 years. Do you intend to completely destroy it in these few days? What are your intentions? What are the Dharma Supreme's intentions? Don't you feel guilty for doing such a deranged and inhumane thing?" A hint of guilt flashed across that law enforcement officer's eyes for the first time. He said in a low voice, "Since the Dharma Supreme has arranged it, we will do so. As for the reason, there's no need to know. Master Yu's sincere and chivalrous advice is admirable. However, no matter how powerful you and Master Feng are, it's just the two of you. It's impossible for you to change the world's situation. He laughed loudly. Since Master Yu has appeared, I no longer have any hopes of escaping. I might as well die here to appease the world. After saying that, he slapped his own head into smithereens. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices on his distorted face, and he revealed a strange smile. Master Yu, is there really right and wrong in this world? Ha! Before he finished his last sentence, he was already dead. Chapter 1664. Shocked, Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro tried their best to stop them. However, even with the moon breeze couple strength, they were only able to stop 4 people. Even these 4 people, after failing to commit suicide, actually chose to sever their own heart meridians and finally set foot on the road to the netherworld. So resolute, looking at the scattered corpses in front of them, Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro felt cold all over. The 2 of them had just reached the periphery of the capital when this catastrophe had already erupted. At first, they didn't expect things to be so serious. Later on, when the commotion became bigger and bigger, the 2 of them flew out to investigate, only to find out that the whole world had changed in a single night. The 2 of them didn't even have time to enter the capital and immediately started to obstruct from all sides. However, even if the 2 of them had heaven-defying means and peerless cultivation, they still couldn't stop this large-scale chaos that had erupted in all directions. Looking at the fresh blood flowing under their feet and many lives ending in an instant, Yu Lingxue roared madly at the sky. Dharma Supreme, you bastard, what are you trying to do? Come out. Come out and fight with me. Dharma Supreme, even if you have your reasons, even if you have grievances, even if you have hatred, but what crimes did this world commit? What crimes did the common people commit? Why do you have to be so deranged? You bastard, come out now. Yu Lingxue's inexplicably sorrowful and indignant voice spread far and wide. His angry roar shook the area within 1,000 miles. The clouds in the sky seemed to have also been shaken by this sorrowful roar and actually started to rain. After a long time, Feng Yuro comforted him softly. Let's go into the capital first. The catastrophe is already a foregone conclusion. With just the 2 of us, it's completely useless. We have to gather together to discuss a solution. Yu Lingxue sighed helplessly at the sky. The cold rain fell on his mouth, but he felt bitterness and helplessness from the bottom of his heart. The 2 of them buried the corpses of the law enforcement officers in the rain. With a long roar, they ran towards the capital. After the 2 of them left, a long sigh came from one side of the forest. Inside, under a big tree, the Dharma Supreme stood quietly in his black robe. The rain poured down and landed on him. He just stood there, motionless. He didn't even circulate his energy to ward off the rain, causing his whole body to be soaked. He was in a sorry state. In this dark place, he slowly lifted his feet and walked out step by step. The Dharma Supreme had a complicated expression on his face as he looked at the new tombstones on the ground. He stood there quietly, not saying a word. The rain fell on his body crazily, but he remained motionless. Right at this moment, a magnificent sword light suddenly appeared in the distance. Gu Duxing asked coldly, "Who's in front?" Before he could finish his words, he had already arrived before Zhongxian. "So it's you. I've finally found you." Gu Duxing's black dragon's sword lit up, and he said sternly, "Dharma Supreme, revoke your ridiculous order." The Dharma Supreme's black robes fluttered in the wind. He looked at Gu Duxing with an extremely complicated expression before he retreated. It was just a glance. There was helplessness, envy, and cold calmness. Gu Duxing roared, and the black dragon sword flashed fiercely. At this moment, the dazzling brightness of the sword light actually completely overshadowed the lightning in the sky, rushing towards the Dharma Supreme. The raindrops were stimulated by his aura and turned into sharp blades that could cut a human body. They all attacked together. In the midst of the sword light, the Dharma Supreme's face flashed indifferently. Gu Daxing clearly saw that the Dharma Supreme looked at him with a smile and approval. Then, as if the ground had shrunk, the Dharma Supreme quickly distanced himself from Gu Daxing's sword. The sword light was still flashing, but the Dharma Supreme retreated with his hands behind his back. In an instant, he was already 1,000 feet away. Gu Daxing came over on his sword with a thunderous momentum. Dharma Supreme, don't go, don't go. But the Dharma Supreme had already mysteriously disappeared in the rain, completely disappearing without a trace. Gu Daxing's sword moved horizontally, like a bolt of lightning giving chase. As a sword grade supreme, the speed of man and sword as one was definitely at the highest level in the world. But even with such astonishing speed, the Dharma Supreme's black figure could still be seen from afar at the very beginning, but after a while it completely disappeared. Gu Daxing chased for a distance of 1,000 miles, but there was no trace of him at all. The surroundings were as silent as a ghost town. Gu Daxing stood in the rain, feeling a little lonely. The Dharma Supreme's current cultivation was actually much, much higher than his. This time, the Dharma Supreme did not attack him. He did not even have the intention to attack him. Then, what Mo Tianji said about the Dharma Supreme's mentality was basically something that was set in stone. Thinking about the look the Dharma Supreme gave him when he faced his sword light, that indescribable sense of envy, praise, and that complicated and pained expression, Gu Daxing did not know what to feel at this moment. He actually felt a little bitter and a little sad. He could not help but roar to the sky, "I know what you mean. I understand how you feel. But what you are doing now, are you trying to destroy the everlasting reputation that you and your brothers have built? I know you want compensation. We all know you are upset. But even if you kill everyone in the world, will you be able to go back?" Gu Daxing shouted, "Dharma Supreme, I know you can hear me. Let me ask you, even if you kill everyone in the world, will you be able to go back? Answer me. Why don't you answer me? You cannot answer me, but can you not answer your own heart? Your heart must also desperately want to know the answer." In a dense forest about 10 miles away from where Gu Daxing was, the Dharma Supreme, dressed in black, sat quietly under a big tree, as if he had melted into this boundless rain. His face was filled with endless melancholy and an indescribable bitter smile. "Can't go back, can't go back, can't go back. Her. The silent, bitter smile. The corners of his eyes were a little bright. He raised his head, and the pouring rain hit his face just like that. "The world is vast, and I am the only one left here." The Dharma Supreme felt the slight pain of the rain hitting his face. For a moment, sorrow came from his heart. "All of you are not here anymore. Only I am here." I will never be able to compare to Wu Jueqing. He still has a chance to meet his brothers, but I can never go back, nor can I catch up to him. I don't have the face to see all of you anymore. My heart? Do I still have a heart? Her. The Dharma Supreme's body rose abruptly, with a sudden turn in the rain. He disappeared without a trace, with a swoosh. Gu Daxing shouted twice and waited quietly just like that. But after a long time, the Dharma Supreme still did not appear. The sound of something breaking through the air kept coming. "Daxing, have you found the Dharma Supreme?" It was Xie Danqiong who rushed over. "Where is the Dharma Supreme? Is he not here?" Dong Wushang also rushed over. After a while, even Mo Tianji rushed over. "Brother Jie was actually here." "No, I lost him." Gu Daxing sighed. The Dharma Supreme's current cultivation is really too terrifying. It has already exceeded the scope of my knowledge. There is no way to catch up at all. What did the Dharma Supreme say? From start to end, the Dharma Supreme only looked at me once and left. Gu Daxing's voice was filled with melancholy. I could clearly feel that there was envy in that glance. Sigh. The brothers sighed from the bottom of their hearts. If the Dharma Supreme had been doing evil all the time, it would have been fine. However, there was a great reason for his actions now, and he had the same experience as everyone else. This made everyone sigh involuntarily. Thinking of the Dharma Supreme's tens of thousands of years of painstaking planning to avenge his brothers, exhausting the world and his entire life, only to realize at the last moment that he had actually made a huge mistake. Then he hysterically and crazily took revenge on this world that he had originally protected. Everyone felt anger and hatred in their hearts, but also a little heartache for him. If the Dharma Supreme was as detestable and hateful as he was, if he was as deserving of pity and sympathy, a pitiful person would definitely have some hateful aspects. But a hateful person, but he might not necessarily be deserving of sympathy and pity. Such a person could be said to be a combination of contradictions that had never been seen before. It was believed that from ancient times till now, and even after millions of years, there might not be another one like him. The chaos continued. Not only did it not show any signs of subsiding, it instead became more and more intense. Because the Dharma Supreme had given another order, an even crazier order. Even if it meant sacrificing human lives, they had to completely attack the foundations of all the super clans within 3 days. Otherwise, all the participants would collectively commit suicide. Within 3 days, all blood payers who participated in the attack would receive double the rewards. Once this order was given, the law enforcement officers immediately went crazy. Within a night's time, the stalemate between both sides was completely broken. This night was even crazier than the previous night. Countless law enforcers rushed forward one after another. They had gone crazy. The original confrontation was no longer effective. Even if there were only 3 to 5 law enforcement officers, they actually dared to charge towards hundreds of experts. Even if they knew that they were going to die, they still had to charge. Some law enforcement officers who attacked the headquarters of the super clans directly used their own bodies as weapons and charged upwards. Once they charged up, they would disintegrate into pieces. Even if their lives could only break a stone or a brick on the walls of the headquarters of the super clans, they would not hesitate to do so. Under such a tragic attack, the super clans were in a mess. The super clans had been living like kings for tens of thousands of years. Although the law enforcement officers had more power than the super clans, they had been constantly on the move in the martial world all these years. Compared to the law enforcement officers, not to mention their martial strength, even their mentality and that kind of ruthlessness were far superior. Moreover, with the Dharma Supreme's pressure, the law enforcement officers frantically came from all directions to help, and blood payers rushed over. In the latter half of the night, the situation was already one-sided. In the wee hours of the morning, news came from the Qin clan. The headquarters of the Qin clan had been completely destroyed. Only a middle-grade supreme martial artist and a few upper-grade supreme martial artists escaped. The rest were all slaughtered. More than 300,000 people in the headquarters of the Qin clan were all burned to the ground. It was said that the smell of burnt flesh permeated thousands of miles of land. When this news reached the capital, Ninefold, the founder of the Qin clan, blacked out and vomited a mouthful of blood before collapsing. Speaking of which, there is an event at the end of the month, and Fengling may have to go out. The time is not fixed yet. I will work hard to save up my manuscripts and strive to keep updating during the event. G. Chapter 16, 65. The faces of Yi Chunqin and the others were as dark as still water. They couldn't contain their anger and anger. The law enforcement officers were really so ruthless. They didn't leave any leeway at all. When the sun had just risen, news came from their home. Their home had also fallen. Then it was news of the Zhuge clan's fall. The Ling clan was also in an abnormal state of battle. They were in imminent danger and could collapse at any time. Dark clouds covered the entire sky of the continent, and murderous intent filled the air. The affairs of the world were unpredictable. In the entire continent, there was only the capital. Just a few days ago, it was still the most dangerous capital. But now, it had actually become the safest capital. In fact, this was not surprising. This gathering was where the most outstanding martial artists of the upper three heavens were gathered, except for the big clans. Especially after a day and night of fighting, with the involvement of super experts such as Tribulation and Wu Jueching and Moon Breeze, the martial artists who were gathered to participate in the Tianding Grand Meeting also took action one after another, gradually forming a tyrannical tide of resistance. The law enforcement officers' forces were defeated. In the late afternoon, after a sudden downpour, the law enforcers from the Deuce side vanished without a trace in an extremely short period of time. They weren't completely wiped out. Instead, they retreated collectively. Although the law enforcement officers had retreated from the capital, it was still impossible for the people in the capital to leave if they wanted to. After the law enforcement officers left the capital, they immediately went into hiding and lay in ambush in extremely secretive places. However, they still kept a close watch on the movements in the capital. They only allowed people to enter the capital, but they definitely didn't allow those who entered the capital to leave. For a moment, the capital had inexplicably become a forbidden area. No one was allowed to leave no matter which direction it was. In this period of time, because of the Tianding Grand Meeting, only a large number of people would enter and very few people would leave. After such a lockdown, it seemed even more strict and crowded, because at every moment, a large number of people who didn't know what was going on would enter. Or perhaps it could be described like this. At this moment, the capital, it had become a huge prison. There were people who could enter, but not people who could leave. The ancestor of the Qin family, Ninefold, broke out of the encirclement in the middle of the night. He wanted to go back to his family to take a look. However, at the border of the capital, he was intercepted by the high-level powerhouses of the law enforcement officers. After the ancestor of the Qin clan, who was already at the peak stage, killed dozens of law enforcers, he was finally besieged by several high-level supreme beings of the law enforcers. In the end, he returned with serious injuries. It was only then that everyone knew about the blockade formed by the enforcers. Against this blockade, Mo. Tianji came up with a plan. He arranged the army formation and made Zhuge Sangqiong and the others act as if they were returning to reinforce the Zhuge clan. Then Wu Jueching, Moon Breeze, and the others would secretly follow them along the way. Along the way, Diwu Qingru was prepared to act according to the situation, with the intention of luring the snake out of its hole. With the accompaniment of these three experts, even if the Dharma Supreme were to come in person, he would definitely not be able to get away with it. Everyone's most ideal plan was, of course, to be able to restrain the Dharma Supreme and settle the matter once and for all. However, this time, the enforcers did not do anything at all. There was no way to stop him. They were allowed to come and go as they wished. In the end, everyone had no choice but to retreat. Everyone could not help but follow Zhuge Sangqiong to the Zhuge clan. Zhuge Sangqiong wanted to go back to the Zhuge clan to take a look. However, the moment he left the group, he was immediately ambushed. Luckily, he escaped back with all his might. It was only because everyone came to his rescue that he was spared. After a few rounds of probing, the results were more or less the same. The enforcers were extremely astute. In the few operations, not to mention waiting for the Dharma Supreme to appear, they did not even encounter a single one of the enforcers, who were first-grade supreme martial artists and above. However, as long as it was a team of super experts accompanying them, the result would definitely be heavy losses or even total annihilation. Faced with such a situation, everyone was completely helpless. Xiao Qinyu, Qin Yingfeng, Zhuge Sangqiong, Ling Muyang, and Qiu, these few ancestors of the great clans, were even more furious at this result. It was just that their chests were about to explode, but there was nothing they could do. They could only sigh helplessly. In the battles outside the capital, the enforcers who were exceptionally strong individually had the complete upper hand. With the powerful strength of the enforcers and the blood payers in the world, this force was simply unstoppable. Furthermore, they attacked without any regard for their lives. In just a few days, they had secured victory. Then they secured victory. Now the Qin clan, Shao clan, and Zhuge clan were all destroyed. Although the Ling clan was still alive, they were also in a mess and in danger of being annihilated at any time. Now, the only clan that could still be considered intact among the great clans was the Yi clan. However, everyone knew that this was only temporary stability for the Yi clan. After the enforcers had completely wiped out the other clans, that crazy spearhead would be directed at the capital. Once all their forces were gathered, the Yi clan's annihilation would be imminent. Even though everyone knew what was going on, they could not do anything about it. On the 5th day, the remnants of the Zhuge clan, who were closest to the capital, desperately broke through the siege and entered the capital. When Zhuge Sangcheng saw this, he immediately trembled all over and tears flowed down his face. He couldn't help but cry. The situation of this remnant force was really too tragic. The Zhuge clan had tens of thousands of years of foundation and tens of thousands of experts. But in the end, only a mere 73 people broke through the siege and arrived at the capital. Moreover, almost every one of them was riddled with injuries and looked haggard. Many of them were like skeletons. There were also 2 people who, after finally arriving at the capital, suddenly relaxed due to their serious injuries and actually fell into a deep sleep. A dream. What about the rest? Zhuge Sangcheng trembled and asked with a sliver of hope. More than 70 people knelt down and cried at the same time. Elder Master, the Zhuge clan is finished. Zhuge Sangcheng's face suddenly turned pale. With trembling lips he asked, could it be the entire clan, men and women, old and young, are all wiped out? After the Zhuge clan's 2nd grade supreme martial artist said this, Zhuge Sangcheng's throat made a gurgling sound, as if he wanted to curse and howl, but in the end he didn't say anything. His throat gurgled a few times, and his face suddenly flushed red. Then he fell backward, stiffly, that very afternoon. The remnants of the Chun clan finally arrived at the capital. When Chan Yingfeng saw them, his body, which was already seriously injured, couldn't take it any more. Without even asking, he fainted. Or rather, it was a little inappropriate to say that the Chun clan's remnants were the remnants, because only a total of 3 people escaped from the Chun clan's headquarters. 1 2nd grade supreme martial artist and 2 8th grade supreme martial artists. As for the rest, hundreds of thousands of people, just like the Zhuge clan, no one survived. The Chun clan, the mountains within a radius of thousands of miles, have completely sunk into a sea of fire. It's too tragic. It's really too tragic. The smell of barbecued human flesh can be smelled within a radius of thousands of miles. This is a blood feud, a blood feud. That 2nd grade supreme martial artist from the Chun clan had tears all over his face. He was on the verge of breaking down, barely able to support himself as he said these words. As for the other 2 8th grade supreme martial artists, they were seriously injured and had traveled a long distance. Once they arrived, they fainted. However, at least they didn't die immediately. They only fell into a deep coma due to exhaustion of energy. Everyone's faces were as heavy as water. The sky was dark and gloomy. Chu Yang's face was equally gloomy. The Chun clan was the clan that Zi had sworn to exterminate that day. For the sake of Wei Wuyan's blood feud, the Chun clan's ending seemed to have been decided long ago. However, before Zi could go there, it was completely destroyed by the Dharma Supreme's hands. Or rather, it was destroyed by the Dharma Supreme's one order. Moreover, it was the most tragic clan among all the clans. Out of hundreds of thousands of people, only 3 managed to escape in the end. Only 3 people. Chu Yang didn't even want to say shit me. Sympathy? Pity? Or regret that he didn't personally take revenge? All his thoughts turned into a long sigh. If Chu Yang had gone there personally to take revenge, he believed that the Chun clan wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. Chu Yang might kill all the martial artists in his rage, but to the elderly, the weak, the women, the children, and the defenseless, Chu Yang wouldn't touch them. This had nothing to do with soft-heartedness. It was just a person's bottom line. However, the Dharma Supreme was so thorough. He didn't even leave a single strand of human hair behind. He cut the weeds and uprooted the roots, not sparing even the fowls and dogs, on the third day after the people from the Qin clan arrived. The remaining people from the Shao clan from the southeast also finally arrived. They were slightly better off than the Zhuge clan and the Qin clan, with about 100 people. In an instant, they all became a sea of hatred. Strong curses and vicious curses filled the entire capital city. Then, the remaining people from the Shao clan also arrived. The Shao clan situation was slightly better. In the end, more than 500 people broke through the encirclement and entered. Such a number of people made the eyes of Ninefold, Zhuge Sangqiang, and the others red with envy. Based on the fact that our clan was almost completely wiped out, how could your clan have so many people left? This kind of unreasonable jealousy made Qiu fly into a rage. If not for everyone's persuasion, a super internal strife would have started. However, when news of the Ling clan arrived, Ling Muyang replaced Qiu and became the target of public criticism. The battle was over. Although the headquarters of the Ling clan was inevitably destroyed and the casualties were extremely heavy, almost all of the elderly, women, and children in the clan were injured. And after pleading with the Ling clan, all of them moved to the original location of the Li clan and settled down. Currently, many of the remaining elites of the Ling clan rushed over to the capital city through the night. This news made the eyes of Xiao Qinyu and the others red with envy. They looked at Ling Muyang as if they were looking at a traitor. Based on the fact that you killed all of our clan members, but not your clan members? Your family's women and children are women and children, but are my family's women and children all supreme martial artists? What exactly is the difference between you, Ling Muyang, and the Dharma Supreme? Or, Ling Muyang was almost driven mad by such unreasonable remarks. Moreover, there was no way he could defend himself. After a huge argument, he simply led his clansmen to the inn where the tribulation sword master Chu Yang and the others were staying. He was so furious that his hair stood on end. Chapter 1666. Brothers who have been together for more than 10,000 years. How can you say something as ridiculous as colluding with the Dharma Supreme to harm your brother's clan? Was my family not destroyed? Was no one in my family dead? If not for the fact that he was still concerned about the big picture, Ling Muyang would have drawn his sword and cut off all ties with them on the spot. Sword Master Chu, tell me, what kind of ridiculous logic is this? Ling Muyang was still so angry that his chest was heaving up and down and his eyes were wide open even after 3 rounds of drinking. Chu Yang and the others could only smile bitterly in response. When a person has suffered a huge blow, their mentality would definitely be different from usual. Moreover, the more it was like this, the more the despicable side of human nature would be exposed. And at this moment, Xiao Qinyu, Zhuge Sangqiang, Ninefold, and the others were undoubtedly having such a mentality. My family is all dead. Why isn't your family dead? This was a special mentality that was extremely unreasonable. However, at a time like this mentality was the most common. Especially after their family was destroyed, when they saw the happiness of other people's families, they couldn't wait to destroy them. There were even people who put this narrow-minded and unreasonable mentality into action, resulting in many tragedies in the human world. In other words, this was antisocial, anti-ethical, and anti-human behavior. Chu Ninefold and the others were also 10,000-year-old monsters. Their mentality was naturally much stronger than ordinary people. However, at this moment, when faced with the sudden destruction of their clans and the destruction of their countless efforts over 10,000 years, this kind of extreme mentality was no different from ordinary people. In fact, it was even more serious, even more extreme. However, why did the law enforcement officers only let my Ling clan off? This is something that even I can't understand. After Ling Muyang scolded them, he actually still felt a little lucky and thankful. Of course, he was even more puzzled. I don't seem to have any relationship with the Dharma Supreme, Ling Muyang muttered to himself. Chu Yang, Emotenji, and the others smiled bitterly at each other. At first glance, it seemed very strange that the Dharma Supreme let the Ling clan off. However, they all understood that although the Dharma Supreme seemed deranged now, he still had very strict rules and principles. The reason why the Ling clan didn't suffer large-scale casualties was because the Ling clan didn't have many evil deeds in these 10,000 years. Besides, it was also because Ling Muyang had lived his life in the martial world with a clear conscience. This undoubtedly played a very important role as well. Also, the Ling family was located in the extreme north, and Ling Muyang's upbringing was very strict. Even if there were some foppish sons in the clan, their evil deeds would not be exposed. Over the past 10,000 years, the accumulated evil deeds were few and far between. This caused the Ling family to be in such a calamity that almost engulfed the entire heavenly layer. In the end, he barely managed to escape. Although they had also paid the price of tens of thousands of warriors, they were much luckier than the other major clans. However, there was no need to say this out loud. No matter what the Dharma Supreme did, no matter what his standpoint was, no matter what his original intention was, but now that things had come to this, no one would let him off. The Dharma Supreme, no matter how great his difficulties were, the loss of tens of millions of lives, and the lives of the elites of the heavenly layer at that, had to be borne by the Dharma Supreme. Purge the world with blood. These 4 words. Usually, he would only say it when he was angry. In fact, he had said it before. It was rare for someone to try it out, but now the Dharma Supreme had actually done it, and he was still doing it, continuing to do it. The so-called Tianding Grand Meeting now existed only in name. Everyone was rubbing their palms and sharpening their swords, waiting for the law enforcement officers to come in large numbers so that they could fight to the death in the capital. Such a peerless villain. He must not be allowed to live in this world anymore. There would be endless trouble. Now, the so-called reinforcement from all sides had long been a complete joke. It was completely meaningless. They might as well wait here and fight to the death with the enemy. In fact, this was originally the idea that Chu Yang and Mo Tianji had suggested back then, but it was rejected by Yi Qinchin and the rest. However, the current situation forced everyone to this step. Thinking of what Chu Yang said more than 10 days ago and Diwu Qingrou's more than one suggestion, Yi Qinchin and the rest were all filled with regret. If they had known this would happen, why did they do it back then? If they had acted earlier, at least they could have saved some of the clan's elites. It was still the same saying. You could find any kind of medicine in this world, but the medicine of regret was really nowhere to be found. The enemy dares to die, but we don't dare to fight with our lives. We've already lost our voice. Instead of having many ways to block us, we might as well gather our forces in one place. We can reduce the number of targets we can attack, gather all our strength, and fight point to point. This way, we might still have a chance of survival. If our forces are scattered and the super clans do their own thing, we can expect to be wiped out. If we want to save all of them, the result is that we can't save all of them. In this chaotic world, we have to give up something. Where there's life, there's hope. These were the words that Chu Yang asked Diwu Qingru to bring back that day. At that time, although the law enforcement officers had already started to target them, the ancestors still stubbornly believed that a wise man like the Dharma Supreme wouldn't be so unwise and completely disregard the loss of his own forces. Or was he venting something? Or was he doing something important? Or even just to cater to the extraterrestrial demons and collect a large amount of soul power of the dead? It was definitely impossible for him to really wipe out all the super clans. After all, the price to pay for that was too high. The losses outweighed the gains. Just the 4 words, the losses outweighed the gains, were already a military strategy that couldn't be used. Perhaps after a few days of madness, the Dharma Supreme would stop after achieving his goal. Therefore, although everyone was anxious and pained by the loss of their own side, they did not despair in their bones. After all, in the past 10,000 years, if the Dharma Supreme really wanted to wipe out the super clans, he had plenty of better opportunities. Just based on the current situation, there might be better options. Just like now, where the enemy lost 800 men and the Self lost 1,000 men, how could there be any benefits to speak of? Since he didn't do it when the benefits were greater, what more now? Not to mention that the Dharma Supreme's greatest enemy was ultimately the Tribulation, Sword Master. Even if the super clans were eyesores, they were ultimately secondary enemies. Moreover, they had cooperated with each other for thousands of years. Allying with secondary enemies and attacking the main enemy was a battle strategy that had never changed since ancient times. This was also the biggest reason why the super clans were willing to put aside their old grudges and join forces with Chu Yang, because the Dharma Supreme was their current main enemy. Therefore, the ancestors didn't take Chu Yang's warning too seriously. Even Chen Yingfeng once sneered and said, "Tribulation Sword Master's words are probably a blatant lie. If we really gather all our elite experts here, how would we be able to resist? It's equivalent to giving away our own land for free. What's the benefit?" Perhaps there are benefits too. This move would be convenient for the Tribulation Sword Master, as he can borrow a knife to wipe out the super clans without any effort. What a good plan. Even in the face of a great enemy, he can still come up with such a brilliant plan to reduce the strength of his allies. Admirable, admirable. As soon as he said this, a few ancestors immediately sneered. Although they didn't say it out loud, they were actually expressing their agreement in their hearts. Even someone as composed as Du Qingru could only be speechless when faced with such a situation. If someone was so narrow-minded to this extent, and there were many people who were the same, then no matter what kind of misfortune this group of people would encounter in the end, they would really only have themselves to blame. Du Qingru's words were definitely not referring to Chu Yang. Now, after the super clans were wiped out, everyone was bitterly regretting their past actions. Why did you all come earlier? At most, Chu Yang had the heavy pill. There was no medicine for regret. Even if there was medicine for regret, it probably wouldn't be given to this bunch of people. At this point, even though Du Qingru was disheartened, he could only choose to collect his emotions. He excused himself and returned to the Diwu clan to gather the defeated soldiers. In the future, he could only wait quietly for the moment when the final battle with the Dharma Supreme and the law enforcement officers came. At this time, there was really no need for any strategy. Besides, now that everyone had gone crazy, who could still calmly analyze what was going on? What was there to plan? Even if they still used him as a military advisor, what was the point of his orders being obeyed in public, but disobeyed in private? It was definitely impossible to be united again, because the people's hearts had already collapsed. People who were even jealous that their 10,000-year-old brother's clan was not wiped out. What else could he say? What else could he say? What else could he say? Strength. Now only strength is left. Just as Du Qingru walked out of the Yi clan, Chu Yang was in the inn, thinking about the comparison of strength between both parties. From the news brought back by Gu Duxing, Chu Yang could feel a sincere sense of oppression. As a sword-grade supreme martial artist, Gu Duxing's strength was definitely at the peak of the strongest in the heavenly layer. However, according to him, the Dharma Supreme's current strength was far above his. Also, when he fought with the Dharma Supreme previously, he was also far from being a match for the Dharma Supreme, which confirmed Gu Duxing's words. If he continued to deduce based on this, the final battle of the Tianding Grand Meeting that the Dharma Supreme had mentioned earlier would be somewhat dangerous for him and the others. The Dharma Supreme owed, and the Dharma Supreme felt guilty. The target was his big brother, his brothers, and it seemed to have nothing to do with him. Perhaps there would be a little bit of affection, but as the Dharma Supreme had said, when the time came, he would definitely not show mercy. Moreover, Chu Yang disdained the victory that was given to him by the enemy, and so did his brothers. Since things had already come to this, facing his brothers would be an unprecedentedly fierce battle. Therefore, the most urgent thing now was to improve their strength as much as possible. Their current strength was far from enough, and there were only a few days left. Time was too short. However, if they blindly relied on heavy elixirs to improve their strength, even if they could improve further, they would not be able to reach the level that the Dharma Supreme was at now. According to Gu Duxing's description, Chu Yang could imagine that after the Dharma Supreme killed the extraterrestrial demon, he must have absorbed the extraterrestrial demon's divine spirit, and his strength improved greatly again. Chapter 16, 67. Another crucial point was that the Dharma Supreme was so familiar with his killer move, the Tribulation Sword technique. It could be said that he knew himself and his enemy. However, he only knew himself and did not know his enemy. He could only rely on brute force. The only advantage he had was the Tribulation Sword. However, this advantage was obviously not very useful to the Dharma Supreme. The Dharma Supreme, who was also familiar with the sharpness of the Tribulation Sword, would definitely not be so stupid as to go head-on against Chu Yang's divine sword. Chu Yang frowned and walked out of the room. He came to a room and knocked on the door. The door opened. Yu Lingxue appeared in front of the door. "Sword Master Chu, you're here." Chu Yang smiled and flashed into the room. Feng Yuro was in the room, looking out the window with a worried expression. When she saw Chu Yang enter, she quickly got up to welcome him. Chu Yang did not waste any more words. He simply took out 2 big jade bottles and placed them on the table. "Elder Yu, this is the spring of life, and it's a fully matured spring of life." Chu Yang smiled and said, "Speaking of which, this matter has been on my mind for a very long time. Finally, when I obtained the 8th fragment of the Tribulation Sword, I managed to catalyze the spring of life by chance. This can be considered as settling one of my worries." Spring of life. It's really the spring of life. Feng Yuro turned around abruptly, looking at the 2 jade bottles on the table. She actually felt that it was unreal. The 2 of them had been cultivating the Moon Breeze dual cultivation technique for a long time. All this time, they had been unable to break through the bottleneck. As a result, all the blood in their bodies had been converted into cultivation. As a result, they had lost the opportunity to have children. The couple had been brooding over this matter for 10,000 years, and the only hope to break through this obstacle was the legendary spring of life. However, legend had it that the spring of life was a sacred item of the fairy race. The fairy race had long disappeared in the long river of history. The 2 of them had long given up hope, until they discovered by chance that Chu Yang actually had the spiritual spring. Only then did they have some hope. But it was only hope. Although the spiritual spring and the spring of life only had a difference of 1 word, their effects were worlds apart. Even after tens of thousands of years, it might not evolve into the spring of life. But he really didn't expect that Chu Yang would bring over the spring of life after only a year. Is it really the spring of life? Yu Lingxue also became excited. He rushed over and almost collided with his wife. When the bottle was opened, a dazzling glow similar to that of moonlight emerged. A refreshing and elegant fragrance slowly diffused into the air. The moment they smelled this fragrance, they instantly felt their bodies relax. It was as if every single cell in their bodies was cheering and increasing their vitality. It really is the spring of life. Feng Yuro was so excited that her voice was trembling, and her pretty face was flushed red. He raised his head and looked at Chu Yang gratefully. "Chu Yang, thank you very much. The Yu clan is finally going to have an heir." Chu Yang coughed a few times and felt that his face was a little red, but it was because of embarrassment. Although a certain king of Hell's skin was thick, he still blushed at this moment. "It seems like this Yu family's offspring is a matter between you two. You two can discuss it yourselves. I really couldn't handle it if he said it to me so directly. This thing had nothing to do with me, right? If it did have anything to do with me, then it would be better if it didn't. What kind of person have I become? I only provided a bit of spring water, nothing else." Yes. Yu Lingxue also held Chu Yang's hand excitedly and shook it forcefully. He was actually a little incoherent, and his handsome face was also flushed red. The Yu clan finally has an heir. Chu Yang, thank you very much for your help this time. Your great help. Our Yu clan's ancestors will also thank you. Chu Yang was speechless. What's wrong with these two people? They were usually quite serious, but why were they speaking so incoherently now? What are you talking about over there? Feng Yuro finally realized her husband's faulty wording. She pinched Yu Lingshue's waist fiercely. Her face flushed red, and she was extremely embarrassed. You fool! You're still so foolish after more than 10,000 years. Yu Lingxue laughed foolishly, and then his face twisted in pain. He hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. Yes, it wasn't Chu Yang who helped. Chu Yang didn't help at all. It was me. It was myself. Obviously, this person was so happy that he became silly. Just now, he was just speaking incoherently, but now he was just babbling nonsense. Chu Yang was dumbfounded. On the other side, Feng Yuro couldn't help but feel ashamed. Then, she suddenly exploded. With a bang, she knocked her husband down to the ground. Then, with a whoosh, she entered the inner room. Chu Yang continued to be dumbfounded. Feng Yuro came out with a red face and an extremely embarrassed look on her face. She carried the 2 bottles of Spring of Life into the room and closed the door with a bang. She didn't come out again. It was still very obvious that this woman was driven mad by Yu Lingxue, this fool. The more she spoke, the more outrageous, the more incoherently, the more embarrassing, the more I.O. Yu Lingxue held his thigh, his face twitching a little. There was also some uncontrollable excitement. He said to Chu Yang, "This time it's really all thanks to you. If it wasn't for you, our Yu clan wouldn't have the incense lamps." Chu Yang was dumbfounded, and his mouth was agape and his tongue was tied. Suddenly, he felt that whatever he said was inappropriate. What kind of person was this? What kind of words were these? Why did they sound so ambiguous? It was already very ambiguous before, but now it seemed to be even more. In the end, he had no choice but to say very pathetically, "That's what I should do. It's nothing." Since that's the case, then are you guys busy? I'll go out first. I won't disturb you guys. After saying that, he felt that there was something wrong with his words. He was about to step back with his head full of sweat. Yu Lingxue still didn't realize what was going on. He said excitedly, Okay, we'll be busy for a while. I'll go and busy for a while, no. Why don't you sit for a while more? Chu Yang stepped back with his face full of sweat. If he continued to sit, would he want to die? Even if he didn't want his own life, he had to take someone's life. It was more important to leave quickly. Just as he stepped out, he heard a soft moan from inside. Then the door closed with a bang, almost squeezing Chu Yang's straight nose inside. A certain king of hell stepped back quickly, but he still felt the wind from the door blowing against his face. Even his hair fluttered backward. He thought to himself that it was a close call. Then he heard the sound of punching and kicking inside, as well as embarrassed and angry scolding. You idiot! How am I going to face people in the future? Io? What's wrong with me? I'm just happy. You're really going to piss me off, but you can't. Hurry up and block the sound. Yes. I'm so pissed off, I forgot everything. Then, Chu Yang couldn't hear anything else. 2 extraordinarily powerful supreme martial artists' divine senses completely sealed the room. Even the current Dharma Supreme might not be able to pry into the space sealed by the 2 of them, let alone a certain king of hell. Bah! A certain king of hell was at most a little thick-skinned, but he didn't have the hobby of eavesdropping on the private matters of a married couple. Chu Yang rubbed his head and walked out with lingering fear. There were already a few heads poking out from several rooms. What's going on? Why did such powerful supreme martial artists' divine senses suddenly appear? Could it be those 2 experts sparring? What's going on? Boss, why are you here? What happened? Yeah, what's wrong? Chu Yang hurriedly explained with a head full of sweat. Well, the Moon Breeze couple is very busy. Please don't disturb them. With that, he left. Halfway through, He couldn't help but pat himself. You just said not to disturb them. Why did you say they were very busy? Busy? Busy with what? GMO scratched his head, a look of suspicion on his face. It's not the time to be busy yet. So, Luo Kadi looked puzzled. The battle hasn't started yet. What can they be busy with? That's right. Xie Danqiong pondered. I can't think of what they can be busy with either. Could it be some new way of fighting? Looking at the divine senses entanglement just now. Or maybe they're sparring. Maybe they're studying how to fight in depth. Listening to the various guesses behind, there were actually some that were very close to the correct answer, as if they were really sparring. Minister, Chu went upstairs with a whoosh. What everyone said was very normal. But why did Chu Yang feel that he was evil? Why did it feel like there was another meaning after returning to his room? Chu Yang immediately entered the tribulation space. The matter of Yu Lingxue and his wife had always been a sore point for Chu Yang. With Chu Yang's temper, unless he didn't agree to it, as long as he agreed to it, he would definitely do it. If he couldn't do it, he would always keep it in his heart and take it to heart. Now that he had finally resolved this matter, Chu Yang also heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing Yu Lingxue and his wife so excited that they were incoherent, Chu Yang also felt happy in his heart. Next, he naturally busied himself with improving his cultivation. To improve his cultivation, finding help was the most important thing. To find help, he also had to find someone who understood. The person that Chu Yang knew the most was naturally none other than the great Sword Spirit. Sword Spirit, I need to quickly improve my strength now. What suggestions do you have? After Chu Yang went in, he asked very straightforwardly and cleanly. The Sword Spirit, who was still in a weakened state after the battle with the Dharma Supreme, rolled his eyes and said, Quickly improve your strength? Taking heavy pills won't do? You still need to ask me about this? Chu Yang bared his teeth and said, Of course there's a reason for asking you. Although heavy pills are amazing, their healing effect is indeed the greatest. As for improving cultivation, at the level of a second-grade supreme martial artist, the effect isn't very great. So, it seems that taking heavy pills still won't be able to catch up with the progress I need. Is there a better medicine or method? Chapter 1668. Chu Yang pursed his lips. Do you think I want to? Who asked that damned Dharma Supreme to raise his strength to such an inhumane level? If we don't think of ways to raise our strength, are we just going to wait for death on the day of the final battle? Hurry up. Is there a shortcut for you to level up quickly? The Sword Spirit pondered for a moment. Then he said, The heavy pill is the most perfect medicine under the heavenly layer. It's impossible to find a more effective way to improve without any side effects. Even if there is, it's beyond the scope of the heavenly layer. So, it's not suitable for the present. Chu Yang was a little dumbfounded. What do you mean? Is there no other way? Why did you drop the ball at such a crucial moment? The Sword Spirit continued, Don't be anxious. Novel chapters are updated the fastest. However, you can put more effort into the heavy pills. Back then, the medicinal herbs from the imperial court that Lord Z left behind, as well as the heavenly and earthly treasures from the other planes, should be able to achieve better results than ordinary heavy pills if they are combined properly. Chu Yang said, In other words, a super version that surpasses the complete version? How much can it improve? The Sword Spirit pondered for a moment and said, To tell you the truth, the heavy pill's greatest effect is to revive the soul, extend the life, bring the dead back to life, heal injuries, improve one's physique, and increase one's natural endowments. However, the effect of raising one's cultivation isn't very ideal. If we can improve it and fuse it with a huge medicinal strength, we can create a heavy pill that's specifically for raising one's cultivation. For example, the super heavy pill that we refined for Lord Z previously, if we make some improvements, the highest effect should be able to raise one's cultivation by at least 100 years. Cultivation was also divided into different levels. For example, the effects and results of a king-level expert's 100 years of cultivation and a supreme-level expert's 100 years of cultivation were undoubtedly worlds apart. For example, during this period of time, the former could at most absorb a small stone, while the latter could absorb an entire mountain. The gap was just that exaggerated. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the difference between heaven and earth. 100 years of cultivation in the supremacy realm? Chu Yang frowned. If that's the case, can he reach the pinnacle of middle grade supreme being? The sword spirit smiled bitterly. Lord Swordmaster, you're a high-level cultivator now, so why are you still saying such layman's words? These are two completely different concepts. The description of middle-grade Jizuan realm pinnacle was based on one's cultivation realm, while the increase in one's cultivation realm was based on one's years of cultivation and standard. Of course, there were also similarities between the two. It's definitely possible to advance to the next realm. If it can't, it'll only increase my cultivation by 100 years. Moreover, there have been so many low-grade supreme martial artists in history. Which one of them didn't take a small step forward after thousands of years of cultivation? This place is not like Tian Ke, where the spiritual qi is 100 times more concentrated. You want to reach the peak in a mere 100 years? You are truly indulging in fantasy. I see. That makes sense. Chu Yang pondered and said, how many super heavy pills can we refine with the medicines we have now? I remember. Back then, when Big Sister Z left, we used up half of the medicines. Now that I think about it, we really didn't know how expensive the ingredients were back then. What a waste. The sword spirit did a rough calculation. Don't be too pessimistic. Actually, some of the medicines have grown a lot in the tribulation space during this period of time. Currently, if we use them all up, together with a small amount of great elixirs, we should be able to refine 17 super heavy pills. I can't give you any more. Enough. Chu Yang made a prompt decision. Start refining immediately. Finish it as soon as possible. The higher the better. MNGB, let's start. 17 super versions of heavy pills were enough for Chu Yang to greatly improve the strength of all his brothers at the same time. However, even if they improved, Chu Yang reckoned that it was still far from enough. It was just a mere 100 years of cultivation. If it was converted into actual combat power, how much could it improve? How could it be compared to the Dharma Supreme's tens of thousands of years of cultivation? There was no room for comparison at all. But then again, even if it was the super heavy pills plan that the sword spirit gave him, Chu Yang might not care too much. Because Chu Yang's goal this time wasn't here all. His real goal was what that person said back then. In the tribulation space, there is a gift that I left for you. This was what the mighty person who created the tribulation sword said to ZJ when his divine consciousness left the tribulation space. If there were other options, Chu Yang really didn't want to use them. BJNG's J had an inexplicable relationship with that mighty person and had even said that he wanted to challenge him. If he used his gift, it would be equivalent to owing him a favor. Even if that mighty person didn't care about this at all, and didn't care about the favor that Chu Yang owed him, a favor was still a favor. A debt was a debt. That mighty person didn't care about it didn't mean that Chu Yang didn't care about it. However, Chu Yang really had no other choice now. He could only pin his hopes on this. Owing a favor had to be repaid. But if he didn't think of a way to improve the strength of ZJ and his brothers now, the risk during the final battle would greatly increase. If he couldn't take care of everything now, how could he think about the future? If ZJ's guess was right, the things here were probably still unusable by ZJ now. But now he had no choice but to use them. Even if he couldn't use them, he had to take a risk. The Dharma Supreme's strength had increased greatly now, and the Enforcer's strength would definitely have increased considerably after demonization. Under such circumstances, ZJ's side would definitely lose. This was the final battle that concerned the future of all living beings in the Zhongtian. Defeat was equivalent to death. Therefore, Chuyang had to do his best before the battle to raise his chances of winning to the maximum. He had to do his best, win or lose, and have no regrets in life or death. If he only had those 17 heavy pills, even if it wasn't a drop in the bucket to Chuyang now, it was still too little. The ZJ brothers, Mo Chingu and Mo Lei, I would have to take 11 of them. Wu Jueching and Chu Lu, I would also have to take 2 of them. If Tan didn't give them, all right, just one sentence from Tian was enough to make ZJ break down. Senior brother, am I handsome? Am I even more handsome today than yesterday? Tian didn't need to say more than that. If he said that to ZJ's ears 180 times, Tan would still be able to enjoy himself. On the other hand, ZJ would definitely be driven crazy. Also, should he give some to Feng and you? And ZJ's family? Parents? Grandfather? He would have to use at least 3 more, right? He should at least leave 1 for Wu Qianshan, right? Tai Batian should also have 1, right? And ZJ's son, that little rascal, should at least have 1, right? 17 pills might seem like a lot, but once they were distributed, it was really not enough. Who should he give them to? Chuyang thought to himself, if 17 pills were to be reversed, it would be 70 pills. Perhaps it would be barely enough to distribute. 17 pills was really not enough. Actually, even if there were 70 pills and it was enough to distribute, what was the actual effect? Collectively increasing one's cultivation by 100 years, 17 pills would be 1,700 years. 70 pills would only be 7,000 years. Compared to the Dharma Supreme, it was just a fraction of his cultivation. It was really not optimistic. If only there were 700 pills, then it would definitely be enough. Minister Chu was mumbling that it was not enough. At the side, the sword spirit, who was packing up the herbs and preparing to refine pills, rolled his eyes. His originally somewhat illusory figure almost disappeared in a trance. It was clear how shocked he was. I say, big brother, my dear big brother, your imagination is too wild. Even in the heavenly imperial court, this kind of divine medicine is hard to find. Even if only 1 pill appears, it can trigger a bloody battle between many forces in the heavenly imperial court. You have 17 pills all of a sudden, and you think it's not enough? And you want 70 pills. 700 pills? What are you thinking? You can't be so greedy, right? Enough is enough. Chuyang smiled embarrassedly. Look at you, I'm just thinking. The more good things, the better. The deep-rooted bad habits of humans are always like this. You have to think twice. Even the heavenly elixir of the heavenly imperial court is not as effective as the heavy elixir in terms of recovery ability. The sword spirit complained, you have such unparalleled resources in the world, and you're still complaining. Isn't this too much? What about elixirs that can improve cultivation? Chuyang asked. The most important thing in elixirs is to be safe. If the elixir is not safe, no matter how great its medicinal efficacy is, you won't be able to absorb it. The result will be in vain. However, the heavy elixir does not have this drawback. In terms of safety, there is no elixir that can surpass the heavy elixir in the world. It's just that when it comes to improving cultivation, it depends on the basic quality of the elixir. This is really hard to say. The sword spirit said, when you reach the heavenly imperial court and open the inheritance of the heavenly emperor of Purple Cloud, there will be many ways to improve cultivation. The heavenly emperor of Purple Cloud was recognized as the #1 alchemist in the heavenly imperial court. His elixir recipes are also the most miraculous in the heavenly imperial court. In fact, this is also one of the biggest reasons why the heavenly emperor of Purple Cloud, Zihao, rose so quickly in the heavenly imperial court. Of course, this is also the source of the jealousy and hatred of the other forces in the heavenly imperial court. This is also one of the main reasons why the heavenly emperor of Purple Cloud fought alone. The heavenly emperor of Purple Cloud rose so quickly in the heavenly imperial court as a wanderer in the pugilistic world. His speed is amazing. After tens of thousands of years, he became the heavenly emperor of Purple Cloud. Who doesn't fear him? Based on the situation at that time, if the heavenly emperor of Purple Cloud could continue to develop, I believe that it would not take long for the entire heavenly imperial court to be under his control. Not helping him back, then, is probably a kind of tacit agreement between the various forces. If the heavenly emperor of Purple Cloud defeated the extraterrestrial demon, he would become the savior and eternal master of the heavenly imperial court. So, the sword spirit's voice was a little strange, as if he was pointing at Shmi. Chapter 1669. Yes, even now you have to keep it a secret. Even your brothers, don't let them know about it. After all, it's not a good thing to know too much about some things. Instead, it may harm them, the sword spirit warned solemnly. I understand. Isn't there a saying that ignorance is bliss? The complexity of the celestial imperial court, the greedy changes in people's hearts, and the various devious means are something that you people who have never been there can never imagine. The brighter the light behind it, the more boundless the haze. Sometimes a single medicinal herb can cause countless deaths and injuries. A single spirit pill can cause too many battles. Even a careless glance can bring about a fatal disaster. A careless sentence can make you become the target of public criticism. Is this celestial imperial court actually so complicated? Chu Yang asked curiously, isn't there an unusually strict discipline or law there? Don't the celestial emperors restrict their subordinates? Of course, there are restrictions, but you can only know the details when you get there. Now, no matter what I say, I can't explain it clearly. The sword spirit side. Any high-level plane is an even more complicated place. This principle is the same no matter where it is. To give a simple example, take the lower three heavens, for example. The upper echelons compete for power and wealth. In the lower three heavens, they compete for territory. In the upper three heavens, they compete for resources. In the lower three heavens, as long as you have money and power, you can do things. In the upper three heavens, if you have power and influence, you are the boss. In the upper three heavens, it becomes power, influence, wealth, and resources. You also have to have connections. Otherwise, you can't even keep it. In the celestial imperial court, if your own power can't reach a certain level, you can only choose to develop in a low-key way. Power, influence, wealth, resources, everything. Then there's the matter inside. It's very troublesome. The sword spirit finished the last sentence with a sigh. The materials needed for refining elixirs had already been collected. After informing Chu Yang, he went to refine the heavy elixirs. Chu Yang sat in the tribulation space. His eyes flickered as he murmured, power, influence, wealth, resources, in the afternoon. Chu Yang looked at Mo Tianji, who had gathered in his room. Gu Duxing, Ao Sheun, Xia Danqiang, GMO, Luo Kadi, Dong Wushang, and Mo Layer, Ru A, Ibu Tong, Mo Qingwu, and the others made a total of 10 people. Boss, why did you call us here? GMO smiled. Is there something good to eat? Is there anything fun to do? Luo Kadi asked. Is there anything you want to discuss? This was Mo Tianji. Are you going to kill someone? This was Gu Duxing. Don't tell me you want me to play dead again. That's too difficult for me. Rue Butong said. Chu Yang had a headache. He decided to cut the Gordian knot. Stop right there. This time, I called you because there's something important. As he spoke, he took out 10 new heavy pills and placed them on his palm. It rotated with a rumbling sound. A strange fragrance assailed his nostrils. He felt relaxed and happy. Luo Kadi's, Jimo's, and Rue Budong's nostrils twitched rapidly. The sniffing sounds almost turned the narrow space into a vacuum. It smelled really good. Actually, it wasn't that others didn't want to do so. It was just that it was really too degrading. They couldn't bring themselves to do so. Being shameless was invincible. It was the same for taking advantage of others. As for GMO and the other two, they had long forgotten what shame was. Why would they care about this? What is this? Gu Duxing asked. Isn't it a heavy pill? Why does it feel a little different from before? This is a heavy pill, but it's a super heavy pill. Taking one can increase the cultivation of a supreme martial artist by 100 years. Chu Yang deliberately emphasized. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. 100 years? Supreme martial artist cultivation. Increasing cultivation by 100 years, and increasing the cultivation of a supreme martial artist by 100 years were two completely different things. A supreme martial artist wouldn't even bother to take a look at an ordinary martial artist's 100 years of cultivation. But this one pill could increase the cultivation of a supreme martial artist by 100 years out of thin air. What kind of concept was this? It was a little too shocking. Everyone takes one pill now. Take it immediately. Quickly absorb the medicinal effects as much as possible, and do your best to improve your own cultivation and comprehension. In the face of a great enemy, every bit of improvement counts. Every bit of improvement means a greater chance of victory. At least, you'll have a greater chance of survival, Chu Yang urged. The heavy pills in Chu Yang's hand slowly floated up and landed in everyone's palms. Mo Qinggu took the heavy pills and asked suspiciously, Why are there only 10? What about yours? I've already taken mine. Silly girl, can't you see that my aura is different now? Chu Yang smiled warmly. Only Mo Qinggu was still thinking about Chu Yang wholeheartedly at this moment. If Chu Yang didn't have any, Mo Qinggu would definitely give her own to Chu Yang. It didn't matter if she took it or not, as long as Chu Yang improved. Mo Qinggu's words made the other brothers blush, because everyone was excited just now and didn't think of this. Everyone, don't be shy. Men are always a little careless. Mo Tianji, smooth things over. Not to mention, my sister is Chu Yang's wife. How can you compare? Just like Mo Lei or his sister-in-law. She also ate it after seeing Dong Wushang eat it first. You're not women. How can you understand the deep feelings in this? Everyone burst into laughter. Mo Qinggu and Mo Lei are both blushed. But while Mo Qinggu was shy, she was also a little happy. Originally, second brother was upset because of her and wanted to quarrel with Chu Yang when he saw him. But now he had accepted it. Just now he even said that she was Chu Yang's wife. This meant, what wife? That's so unpleasant to hear. Why don't you say that I'm your partner? How nice would that sound? The little girl pouted in her heart and rolled her eyes. But she didn't know that Mo Tianji was already making plans for his sister. What kind of woman could be called a wife by a man's side? That was the position of the legal wife. Only the legal wife could be called a wife. As for the others, they didn't count. At least, they couldn't use the exclusive title of wife. Partner, confidant, and other titles couldn't be compared to the seemingly vulgar title of wife. Mo Tianji seemed to be joking and helping his brothers out of their predicament. But in fact, he had already confirmed Mo Qinggu's position as the big wife. Of course, Mo Tianji wouldn't be at ease. In the future, he would still think of ways to help his sister. Yes, his sister was too honest. In the hands of Chu Yang, this playboy, if he didn't make plans for her, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Cough, a brother-in-law is really tiring. A brother-in-law who loves his sister is even more tiring, especially when he loves his sister and has to be the brother-in-law of someone like Chu Yang. That's tiring on top of tiring. If that's the case, should we call her sister-in-law in advance? Wahaha. Mo winked. Luo Kadi followed suit. Mo Qinggu rolled her eyes and said in a dignified manner, Second brother Ji, don't tell me I don't dare to agree to you calling me sister-in-law? Go ahead and call me that. Why don't you call me that? See if I agree or not. Wow, this little girl is really thick-skinned. Mo was stunned for a long time before he said it. He almost choked. He really didn't call her sister-in-law. The others also looked at each other. They didn't expect this shy little girl, everyone's little sister, to be so brave today. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. Chu Yang also laughed. Does Senior Wu and Lu have a share? Mo Tianji laughed heartily. It seemed as if he had casually asked this question. Most men were careless, but Mo Tianji was definitely not one of them. This sentence was the best proof. Yes, why would I give them a share? I'll send it to them right away. However, Chu Yang didn't suspect anything and answered casually. After he finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something. His eyes intentionally or unintentionally looked at Mo Tianji with a gaze that was guarding against perverts, just like the way Mo Tianji looked at Chu Yang back then. However, Mo Tianji had already turned his head back. It seemed as if he had just casually asked that question. He chatted with his brothers for a while with a normal expression and swallowed the heavy pill in his hand. He was the last one to take the pill, even later than Mo Qinggu. He watched as everyone swallowed the heavy pill and sat cross-legged on the ground to practice, digesting the newly obtained huge medicinal effects without any distractions. Chu Yang completely covered his room with a supreme martial artist's divine sense cage. Then he walked out quietly. He walked to Chu Lu'er's door. Before he knocked, Chu Lu'er had already opened the door. Big brother. After dealing with the corpses these few days, Chu Lu'er already looked a lot calmer, as if she had gone through a lot. Facing the cycle of life and death one after another made this little girl mature exceptionally quickly. This level of maturity made Chu Yang's heart ache sometimes. Is Elder Wu here? Please come over for a while. I have something to tell you. Chu Yang said telepathically. Wu Jueqing walked over very quickly. What's the important matter? I'm just about to go out. You're going out? Chu Yang was stunned for a moment. What was he going out for when he wasn't regulating his breathing and waiting for the big battle to come? I'm going to look for the Dharma Supreme and give it one last try. Wu Jueqing's face was solemn as he said, We definitely won't be able to find him if we look for him openly. But if I go alone, he might show up. If he can stop at this point, there's still a way to salvage the situation. At least we won't continue to suffer. Chapter 1670. Chu Yang said earnestly, Besides, the great clans have already been massacred. The Dharma Supreme can't stop even if he wants to. It's too late to rein in the horse near the cliff, too late to mend the leak. Wu Jueqing sighed. How can I not know the risks of this trip? But if this goes on, it will really be too out of control. The entire continent is on the brink of destruction. What does my personal safety matter? This life of mine was saved in the first place. It's my duty to protect the world. Even if there's only a glimmer of hope, it's still worth fighting for. Chu Yang said, I understand what Elder means. But if Elder Wu still insists on going, it's better for you to take this elixir before going. Elixir? What elixir? What elixir is there to take at this point? Asked Wu Jueqing. Heavy elixir. Chu Yang said seriously, I know that heavy elixirs are not unfamiliar to Elder, but what I'm giving you this time is different from what Elder Wu has taken before. The previous heavy elixirs were more focused on recovery. Now this heavy elixir can increase Elder Wu's current cultivation level by 100 years. There's actually such a miraculous elixir? Wu Jueqing's eyes lit up. Since that's the case, why would an old man like me need to take such a miraculous elixir? Why don't I give it all to Lu'er? She's still weak and can use it to improve herself. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Lu'er taking one is already her limit. I'm afraid she still needs Elder Wu to help her tidy up her meridians. Although Lu'er's talent is outstanding, she's after all only at the peak of supreme martial artist level. Not even 7th grade yet. The effect of this elixir is still a little too strong for her. She needs Elder's help. Besides, there's no benefit in taking more of this elixir. If Lu'er needs it in the future, I'll just refine more for her. I'm still not stingy towards my own sister. Chu Yang pondered for a moment and said, There's one more thing. If I'm not wrong, after this battle, we'll probably have to leave the heavens. When that time comes, Elder Wu will have to go to the heavens to increase his strength. Prepare to meet your brothers. With Elder's current cultivation level, I'm afraid. Before Chu Yang finished, Wu Jueqing was already completely convinced. No need to say any more. I'll take it. The battle is imminent. Every bit of improvement I can. After dealing with Wu Jueqing, Chu Yang didn't stay for long. He went on to look for the Moon Breeze couple. Of course, in order to avoid the possibility that the Moon Breeze couple was still busy sparring or cough, that Chu Yang had already started coughing from afar. Cough, 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 cough. Cough, 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 cough. He coughed with every step. When he reached the door, Yu Lingxue had already opened the door with his handsome face flushed red. He hurriedly complained, "If you're already here, then so be it. Why are you coughing so hard? Are you sick?" Even his coughing sounds weird, and it's filled with a lewd smell. Feng Yuro's face was also flushed red. Obviously, the couple knew what Chu Yang was worried about. In the face of such an awkward situation, Chu Yang could only rub his nose and smile bitterly. "Fine, I had good intentions, but now you're saying that I'm sick." His mouth was filled with a lewd taste, and even his coughs were lewd. "I really don't know where you heard the lewd sound from. Your ears are really different." Chu Yang wanted to retort, but Feng Yuro was right beside him. How could he be so presumptuous? He could only take his pride into consideration and swallow this loss. After exchanging some pleasantries, he went straight to the point and stated the purpose of his visit. However, to Chu Yang's surprise, the Moon Breeze couple frankly refused to take it, staring at the two heavy pills in Chu Yang's hands, which were enough to make all the martial artists in the world go crazy. Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro had complicated expressions. "The two of us can't take this anymore. Why?" Chu Yang was very surprised. So many people dream of having good things, but can't get. I've already given them to you, and you're actually rejecting me? What's going on? Sword Master Chu, there's something you don't know. In fact, our cultivation has already reached the limit of the heavenly realm. If we really want to, we're very confident of breaking through. If we really take this heavy pill now and suddenly gain new strength, it's very likely that we'll automatically break through the bottleneck and reach Ningtianya's level. By then, even if we don't want to break through the void and leave this realm, it'll be impossible. Yu Lingxue smiled gently and said, "But we don't want to leave. We don't want to leave this heavenly realm. This is also the biggest reason why we've never taken that last step." At this point, the couple looked at each other. In their eyes, there was an indescribable longing and unwillingness to part with each other. The two of them secretly held each other's hands. Obviously, this was a decision made by both of them. In terms of personal desires, we've received Sword Master Chu's help and generously gave us the spring of life. Our long-cherished wish has come true. Now, we're preparing to have a child and pass on the legacy of the Moon Breeze couple. If possible, maybe. Yu Lingxue's face was a little red, but he still said it openly. Feng Yuro, who was at the side, was also blushing. She listened to Yu Lingxue's words with unusual gentleness. "We want to raise the child and watch him grow up bit by bit. As parents, it's a little irresponsible of us to enter the chaotic martial world like the Heavenly Palace at this time, where we can't even protect ourselves." Yu Lingxue smiled and said, "For the sake of our child, we must also give him a stable environment to grow up in. Let him grow up smoothly, start a family and have children. Therefore, we've decided not to go to the Heavenly Palace. At least, we won't consider taking that last step in the short term. As for the second reason, the great battle is imminent. Success depends on man, but victory or defeat depends on the heavens. After this battle, if we lose, then everyone will die together. It doesn't matter whether we go to the Heavenly Palace or not. But if we win, then after the whole world has gone through this catastrophe, even if the main culprit is gone, it'll be a scene of devastation." Yu Lingxue said affectionately. For this continent, we've once guarded it for more than 10,000 years. We really can't let go of such a devastated continent. After this battle, you have more important things to do. Obviously, it's impossible for you to stay and clean up this mess. Since that's the case, we, husband and wife, are duty-bound to take on this responsibility. And we've always thought that this should be our responsibility. Yu Lingxue said resolutely. We want this continent to return to its former bright blue sky. Let this continent return to peace and tranquility, even more peaceful and joyful than before. Chu Yang left the Moon Breeze couple's room with heartfelt reverence. He only left behind a promise, a very solemn promise. That was Yu Lingxue's request. It's impossible for our generation to go up there. But if our child is successful in the future and has the opportunity to break through the limit and go to the heavenly palace, I hope that Sword Master Chu will take care of him on account of our friendship. To this, Chu Yang's reply was, if such a day really comes, I'll definitely do it. I'll definitely not let my old friend suffer any grievances. Chu Yang considered for a long time and finally decided to give Ling Muyang a super heavy pill. Chu Yang still found Ling Muyang very pleasing to the eye. Just the fact that he had a clear conscience in his 10,000 years in the martial world was worth a heavy pill. And it could be said that there were no so-called big clans now, so there was no such thing as an enemy of sword masters. Everyone was fighting for a common enemy. Chu Yang couldn't be stingy with this empty promise. Ling Muyang was so excited about the pill that tears almost flowed out of his eyes. With this medicinal pill, Ling Muyang would definitely be able to break through the bottleneck and take the final step to surpass the boundaries of the heavens. He would be able to enter the heavenly imperial court that martial artists yearned for even in their dreams, and he would even be able to search for traces of his father along the way. And this point was also the thing that Ling Muyang was most concerned about in his entire life. When he came out of Ling Muyang's room, he was stopped by Tan Tan. The two of them almost came to blows on the spot and broke off all relations. Tan shamelessly demanded an exorbitant price. I want 10 pills. We're brothers. You can at least give me this, right? Chu Yang almost fainted from anger. No. Get lost immediately. 10 pills. You think they're cabbages. The minimum is 8. You can't give me any less. I'll get angry if you give me any less. 1 pill at most. You can get angry. I'm telling you, I have a bad temper. I'll fall out with you if you give me less than 7 pills. 1 pill at most. Fall out with me. I don't have much patience. You can kill me if I give you less than 1 pill. 1 pill. I'll pull out my sword if you want to die. Fuck. 3 pills should be enough, right? We grew up together naked. When we were young, we stood by the river and competed to see who could pee further. Such a deep friendship. Blood brothers. Only 1 pill. Get lost. Don't try to get close to me. You're ruthless. You're ruthless. Itchy. You're actually calling me old. You're awesome. I'm telling you, you bastard. 2 pills. 2 pills should be enough, right? I've already retreated a dozen steps. You should give me face. I'll ask you 10,000 times a day if you don't give me 2 pills. I won't be a human if I don't ask you once. You're not a human. Cut the crap. Is that okay? Give me a straight answer. Oh, are you threatening me? My most handsome and elegant senior brother. I admire you the most in this generation of mine. How would I dare to threaten you? Boo-hoo, I'm really going to cry. How about I massage your back and shoulders for you? Just 2 pills. Deal. Fuck, you've wasted so much of my saliva. Just 2 pills. Just you wait. When you get married, I'll tear off your roof on the night of your wedding night. Fuck. I swear I won't be a human if I don't take revenge for this. Tan took the heavy pills and immediately turned hostile. He took the 2 heavy pills and left while cursing. His face was full of dissatisfaction. Chu Yang frowned as he calculated. He hadn't divided the 17 heavy pills yet. Now there was only 1 left.